Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a regular meeting of the Newark Zoning Board of Adjustment. Today's date is Thursday, August 29th, 2024. The purpose of this meeting is to hear requests for variances from the Newark zoning and land use regulations under authority of the municipal land use law. If you are an applicant for a D or use variance, you should be aware that such a variance can only be granted after showing that special reasons for the grant of the variance exist and that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the zoning plan of the city of Newark. You should also be aware that in order to be granted such a variance, you require an affirmative vote of 5 members of the 7-member Board of Adjustment. Other variances require a majority of 4 votes to grant the variance. If you are an applicant for any variance and your variance is denied by this board, you have a right to appeal, excuse me, to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of the decision of this board. If you do file an appeal, I ask that you please provide a copy of your complaint with all supporting documentation to the zoning board secretary. If you're an objector to any type of appeal and your variance is granted, you too may appeal to the Superior Court of the State of New Jersey within 45 days of decision of this board. And again, I ask that if you do file an appeal, you give notice to our board secretary. And that's in addition to any notice. That notice would be in addition, of course, to any notice required by state statute or court rule. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting was provided by notifying the Star Ledger, the Jersey Journal, the Newark City Clerk, and posting a copy on the bulletin board in the basement of Newark City Hall. In addition to adequate notice under the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this remote public meeting, as permitted by statute, was placed on the City of Newark's website. Members of the public may notify the host that you would like to ask questions or make statements by using the raised hand feature on the bottom of your computer screen or mobile device. If you are calling on a telephone, you can press *9 to alert us that you would like to ask a question or make a comment. I will, of course, notify you when the appropriate time to ask questions or make comments are. I'd also note that we are a quasi-judicial board. We are required to provide an official transcript to the Superior Court if matters are appealed, and the chat is not part of the official record. So I would ask you to refrain from using the chat. We want to make sure that any questions you ask and the answers to those questions, as well as any statements you make, are properly recorded in the official record. Additionally, the chat is disruptive, and when you use the chat, it pops up on the screen. It's akin to you speaking out loud, out of turn, if we were meeting in person. So please refrain from using the chat. The meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hardesty.
Present.
Commissioner Comesañas.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Cobian.
Present.
Commissioner Torres.
Present.
Chair Aflaq.
Present. Are there any requests for adjournments or postponements? If so, please identify yourself by raising your hand. While we're waiting to see if there are any requests, I will note that Mr. Velozzi, do you have a request for a postponement?
I do not have a request for postponement. I resolved it with Sylvia earlier.
Okay, so I'll note for the record that there were two matters on the initial agenda that are no longer on the agenda. ZBA 24 22, 139 145 Halsted Street will not be heard tonight. As I understand, there was a problem with the applicant's notice. Is that correct, Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
So the applicant will have to rectify that and get back to us. There was also application, and I'm on Halsted, there's no new date. We're waiting for council to contact us, alerting us that notice has been properly made. So if you're here for that case, it will not be heard. It will be heard sometime in the future, can't say when. So keep an eye on our agendas. Also, application ZBA 24 14, 740 742 North Sixth Street. We got anxious and put it on the agenda, but did so mistakenly. It was adjourned on the record previously and will be heard on September the 26th. Our miscue there. So 740 742 North Sixth Street will be heard as originally agreed upon on the record on September 26th. I see no raised hands for adjournments. Call the first case, please.
The time is now 6:22 PM. The first item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 20 located at 427 429 New Jersey Railroad Avenue, block 1192, lots 8 and 41 in the East Ward. The applicant is Rosie Sports Bar LLC. In the MX2 Mixed Residential, Commercial and Industrial Zone, applicant proposes expansion of an existing bar to be used as a bar and nightclub. Nightclubs are not permitted in the MX2 zone. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance, C variance for insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, exceeding maximum lot coverage, exceeding maximum impervious front yard, insufficient front facade transparency, and insufficient off-street parking. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on October 8th, 2020. The applicant is requesting 3 one-year extensions.
So before we ask council to put his appearance on the record, let the record reflect that Vice Chair Monfort has joined us prior to calling this matter. Good evening. Council, your appearance for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Noemi Velozzi on behalf of the application ZBA 20-3. It's correct, Mr. Chairman. The reason we're asking 3 one-year extensions is we never did ask an extension. Once the pandemic hit, my client's finances were not that good. He has everything now ready to go. He wants to proceed, and the building department won't let him pull his permits without your extension. So I humbly request that this board request the extension so that he can move forward with this project.
You'll be, so yeah, I didn't ask, are there any persons here with an interest in this matter? If so, please raise your hand. This is Railroad Avenue. I see one raised hand. Ms. Mejia, I need some help in bringing in Ms.
Yes, they
Green name.
declined. You have to accept the invitation to be promoted to panelist.
Screen name Marva Barnes. You raised your hand. If you want to be heard, you have to accept the invitation to be made a panelist. If you don't want to be heard, if you could lower your hand, that would be helpful. I'd ask you to do one or the other now, please. Did Ms. Barnes accept the invitation or no?
No.
No, okay. Are there any questions? Are there any questions for council regarding this request for extensions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion, I think that was Commissioner Torres. May I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Comisarios, call the roll.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Thank you. Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:26 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 20-32, located at 66-68 Cassuth Street, Block 2072, lots 51.01 and 51.02 in the East Ward. The applicant is 60 Cassuth LLC. In the R3 zone, the applicant proposes to demolish existing two-family and construction of a new 4-story, 9 residential unit building with 9 parking spaces. Low-rise multifamily dwellings are not permitted in the R3 zone. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance, D5 for insufficient lot area, C variances for insufficient lot area, insufficient lot width, insufficient rear and front, side and rear yard setbacks, exceeding maximum lot coverage, exceeding maximum impervious front and rear yard, and insufficient building facade transparency on all sides. Site plan approval is required. This application was approved on July 8th, 2021. A 1-year extension was granted on July 27th, 2023. The applicant is requesting an additional 1-year extension.
Are there any members of the public with an interest in this Cassuth Street request for an extension? If so, please identify yourselves by using the raised hand feature on your computer screen or mobile device, or if you're on the telephone, identify yourself by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do this now, please. I see no raised hands. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Once again, good evening, everyone. Noemi Velosi on application ZBA 2032. Mr. Chairman, this will be our second 1-year extension request. The plans, from what I understand, have finally been finalized, and we are ready to proceed with obtaining the permits. So I request that the board grant this extension so we can move forward with this project.
Thank you, counsel. Any questions from the board for counsel? Questions for counsel from the board? If none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Motion, Comisarios, may I have a second?
Second.
Second, Torres. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Comesañas,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Hardesty,
Yes.
Commissioner Cobian,
Yes.
Commissioner Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Call the next case, please.
The time is now 6:29 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 24-25, located at 570 South 12th Street, Block 309, Lot 62 in the Central Ward. The applicant is Marios Espada. In the C1 zone, the applicant proposes to construct a new 3-story 2-family dwelling with an attached garage on the ground floor. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance and C variances for insufficient rear yard setback. Site plan approval is not required.
If everyone on, I think this is Council Carrillo Perez's case, if everyone on that applicant's team could raise your hand, we'll bring you in. Is council in?
Rebecca Mariello.
Oh, okay. Hi, Ms.
Hopefully.
Marion.
Hello, Chairman. We
Is your
have,
whole team in, Miss Council?
yes, we have Jennifer Palermo and John McDonough.
Yep, I see them. If there are any persons with an interest in this case, objectors, please identify yourself by raising your hand. You can do so by using the raise hand feature on your screen. If you're on the telephone, you could do so by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do so now. 570 South 12th Street. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's West Side neighborhood on the eastern side of South 12th Street between 16th and 18th Avenue. The total site area is approximately 2,867 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of a garden apartment development, a detached three-family dwelling, and a surface parking lot. Ms. Mejia, were there any raised hands?
No.
Let the record so reflect. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Rebecca Mariello of Connell Foley. Here on behalf of the applicant and property owner tonight, Mario Espada, for this project to be located at 570 South 12th Street, which is also designated as Block 309, Lot 62 on the official tax maps of the city of Newark. This property currently consists of a vacant property located within the city's C1 neighborhood and commercial residential zone. And as Chairman stated, it measures approximately 2,867 square feet. The applicant is before the board this evening, proposing to construct a new 3-story, 2-family dwelling with an attached 2-car garage on the ground level. In connection with this application, the applicant is requesting a D1 use variance to permit the construction of a 2-family home within the C1 zone. The applicant is further requesting C variance relief for an insufficient rear yard setback. In support of our application tonight, we are going to call Jennifer Palermo, professional architect of Palermo Edwards Architecture, and also our professional planner, John McDonough. Our professionals are going to provide testimony tonight with respects to the specifics about this project and entertain any questions that the board may have. The applicant himself, Mario Espada, is also available tonight should any questions arise for him. Before we begin, I just want to take care of a few housekeeping items. We have submitted an affidavit of notice dated August 23rd, 2024 to the board secretary, and therefore the applicant has jurisdiction to proceed this evening. We are also noting that we are in receipt of the city planner report dated August 19th, 2024, and the City Department of Water and Sewer report dated August 6th, 2024. Also, before we begin, I just want to make a quick note for the record, something that was actually noted in the city's planner report. The city planner report noted that the C1 zone is currently undergoing an amendment to permit 2-family houses in this zone. The amendment to the ordinance recently underwent a first reading before the mayor and council on August 13th, 2024, and a second reading is now pending. If this application was pending before the board after the second reading of the ordinance amending the C1 zone, we would be before the planning board tonight, solely requesting a C variance for insufficient rear yard setback.
Did you say you rather appear before the planning board, counsel?
No, Chairman. We're getting well acquainted, but no, I was just making that note for the record.
Okay. Counsel, did you get an engineering report from the city's Department of Engineering regarding this property?
We have not received a report from the engineering department yet.
Counsel, as a condition of approval, would you agree to comply with any conditions set by the Department of Engineering?
Yes, of course.
Council, did you receive a copy of a memo from the Department of Water and Sewer?
Yes, we did.
Regarding this property? I think it's dated August 6th, is that correct?
That is correct.
It has comments 1 through 6, and then 2 additional comments, one for percolation test results, and the next one for a hydrant flow test. You got that and had a chance to review it with your applicant, counsel?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a condition of approval, would you agree to comply with all requirements set and conditions set by the Department of Water and Sewer?
Yes.
Thank you. Before we begin, Mr. Hazel, just put your name and title on the record, please.
Gerard Hazel, board planner. Just for accuracy of the record, I think it was mentioned by the applicant attorney that, pending this ongoing amendment of the C1 zone, this application would be before the planning board. As it's a 2-family dwelling, it would actually still be here because the planning board wouldn't have jurisdiction as site plan approval is not required.
Well, there goes my hopes to transfer this case to the planning board. Council.
My apologies for my error.
No worries. Let's proceed.
Okay. So first we would like to call Jennifer Palermo.
Ms. Palermo, it's been so long you've been here. You may have to go through all your qualifications. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, your address, and relationship to this application.
Jennifer Palermo. Did you want me to spell my last name?
No, your
Okay.
address, please.
600 Mountain Road, Kinnelon, New Jersey. And I am principal of Palermo Edwards Architecture.
Thank you. And Ms. Palermo, is your architectural license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Palermo, although she hasn't graced us with her presence in a while, is well known to this board, will accept her as an expert in the field of architecture. Counsel?
Good evening, Ms. Palermo. Can you please give the board the benefit of the materials that you reviewed and the plans that you prepared in connection with this project?
Sure, I'm going to share my screen. I thought I was going to share my screen. Okay, so we have an existing very irregularly shaped lot where we are proposing to construct a 3-story 2-family dwelling. As you can see by the landscaping plan that I showed you, or I'm showing you, it's easier to see the irregular shape of our lot. We are in between 2 frame dwellings that also contain multi families. We are aligning our front yard setback with our immediate adjacent neighbor to the right. We are providing 2 parking spaces inside of the first floor, and we have 2 separate entrances into the building. I will move along to the architectural plans. Zoom out. So on our first ground floor, we have our 2-car parking. We have HVAC and a recreation area for the unit above. It has its own staircase also connecting the recreation area to the unit above. When you go up the front stoop, we have 2 separate entrances. Off to the left is our entrance into the 2nd floor unit, and straight ahead is our entrance to the 3rd floor unit. These 2 units are identical. Each has their own laundry facilities inside the unit, and our bedrooms are, our smallest bedroom is 10'2" by 10'6". Our elevation, we have a mixture of brick on the front with some hardy panels. We have vinyl siding on the side and the rear. I have a rendering I could show you in 1 second. I'm not sure if you can see the rendering. I'm gonna have to stop the share and reshare. So that is a rendering of our front elevation.
And this rendering was provided with our initial application submission. Ms. Palermo, if we could just go back to the setbacks, we're here tonight, we're requesting a variance in connection with the rear yard setback. You briefly provided the board with an overview of the front yard setback, but can we just go over the rear yard setback? That's
Certainly.
tonight, and maybe in light of the fact, as you described, this is an irregularly shaped parcel, when that setback's being requested.
Trying to zoom so we can see. So our lot, it's hard to actually determine what the length of the lot is because it's obviously very irregularly shaped. And our rear yard setback is taken here from this corner perpendicular to this rear property line. And it's at 20.7 feet. But you can see that while we don't have the 30-foot depth, the yard is actually larger than it would be if we were able to have the extra 10 feet due to this irregular shape over here on this side and the irregular shape over here. So that is the reason for our rear yard setback.
Thank you. Could you also give the board an overview of the proposed refuse disposal plan for this project?
Certainly. We have a trash room inside the garage. Right here.
Thank you. And finally, can you just give the board a brief overview of the landscaping plan for this project and the fencing that's also proposed?
So we are proposing mostly grass. We have a concrete walkway to the rear, and we have a large tree proposed to be planted in the back, and we have a 4-foot high vinyl fence proposed all along the property line along here and to the front.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. I yield to the board if the board has any questions, and to the public.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board for the architect? Questions from the board for the architect? Now let's stop the share. Questions from the board for the architect? Okay, questions from the public for the architect. Screen name Felicia Alston Singleton.
Good evening, board. You having problems bringing
Could
in
you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Felicia Austin Singleton, 152 12th Avenue, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you.
There are participants like Ms. Parker, Ms. Greta Colson that's wanting to ask questions, but they can't get in. They don't see the raise hand item on their screen. Like I see it on mine. And they
So
might need some instructions.
well, on my screen, there's a raised hand feature right at the bottom of the screen, the computer screen. Sometimes I've seen it under where it says more. Sometimes and that's mostly where I've seen it, but if you can give us the name again?
Lisa Parker and Greta Colston.
Do we see them, Miss Mejia?
No, there's no one by that screen name. Maybe if they're on the telephone.
iPhone, do you see iPhone Lisa? Because she's on. She's texting me now saying she can't read. She doesn't see that
Could
Lisa.
you give us the last four numbers of her telephone?
7952, I think.
Yes, I see it. 7592.
Yeah,
And
she is.
if you can get the other person, as soon as their last four numbers will come back.
Okay, no problem.
so
Thank you.
Thank you. So the person on the iPhone 7952, could you turn your camera on? If you can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn your camera on, or is that possible or not?
I'll get somebody to do it.
Oh,
All right, I'm with you, but I want to be able to ask my
okay.
questions when my
So-
project come up.
Okay, so do you have a question on this project?
No,
Okay. Okay. Are there any other, is there anyone with a question on this project? We're on South 12th Street. Anybody with a question for the architect?
I have a,
Okay. Excuse me?
I said I have a question. I'm trying to figure
Um,
my video in the office.
Can you turn your video on?
Yeah. Here we
Hi.
go.
Hi, could you state your name and give us your address for the record, please?
Sure, it's Rhonda Bell, 4 Kruger Court in Newark. My question is really around it sounds like there's a setback in the back that needs some kind of variance, if I understood it correctly. This is a 2-family. I'm not seeing what the properties on the left and the right look like. And I need to understand what are the rules around there being more grass and trees? Because with Newark being a heat island, that should be a concern for any new development, regardless of size.
Thank
I
you.
realize it's probably, yeah.
Ms. Palermo, can you tell us why your client is requesting a rear yard variance?
So can I share my screen again?
Please.
Excellent. So the required lot size is for a 2-family home is 2,500 square feet. We meet that requirement. However, our lot is not a typical 25-foot by 100-foot lot. This irregular shape of the lot makes us meet the size, but our typical 2-family home that we would put on a 25 by 100-foot lot, we have some challenges meeting that 30-foot setback due to the irregularity of the lot. So our impervious coverage, we meet the impervious coverage requirement. And I believe the grass and the tree that we are putting a street tree on in the front will go a long way to help mitigate the heat island effect of the city.
So, Ms. Palermo, I understand your testimony to say that you have to measure the least when it comes to your rear yard. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I mean, typically you would take your the shortest dimension that you have and call that your setback. I mean, this corner over here, you know, this is the side yard,
Yeah.
kind of, and this is the side yard, so this would be the rear property line, and this would be the closest dimension to it.
So what is required, Ms. Palermo?
30 feet,
And what do you have?
20 feet.
And are you requesting a variance for not planting trees?
No,
So you meet the city's requirement for trees?
correct.
Okay, Ms. Bell, does that answer your questions?
It answers the question, but I don't agree with the, if this is approved. I think
Okay,
that,
well, you'll have a chance to make a statement.
yeah, you're taking a piece of property
Any
that,
more questions though, Ms. Bell?
no more questions.
Okay, are there any other questions from members of the public? Let's stop the share. I see no other raised hands. Council.
Thank you. We would now like to call our planner, John McDonough.
Ms. McDonough, if you could raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Sure. My name is John McDonough. My business address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I am the project planner.
Thank you. Council? Oh, Ms. McDonough is well known to this board, I'm sorry. And Ms. McDonough, is your New Jersey planning license in full force in effect?
It is, Mr. Chairman.
We'll accept Mr. McDonough as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Good evening, Mr. McDonough. Can you please give the board an overview of the use variance that's requested tonight and the C variance for insufficient rear yard setback and how these variances can be granted without a substantial detriment to the public good?
Sure. It's our role as the planner to take a look not only at the site itself, but at the greater neighborhood. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is just show a few slides here that give us a little zoom out of how the property relates to the surrounding neighborhood. And I think it was one of the members, members of the public who wanted to see what those buildings look like adjacent. So I'll share that now. I'm not sure if we need to, bear with me one second. And I'm not sure if we need to have these marked, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
What
you
is-
do, John.
Were they submitted, Mr. McDonough?
They were not submitted.
You're losing you're losing steps there. Let's mark it then. And please, council, if you can get a copy to our secretary as soon as possible.
Yes, we'll mark this as A1.
How many pages, Mr. McDonough?
So A1 is going to be a 5-slide exhibit.
Okay, let's A1, 5 pages. Let's identify each page.
So the first page is going to be just a copy of the zone map. If you were to click on your interactive zone map on the city website, this would come up. And the first thing, the only thing that I've touched up here is I outlined the subject property in yellow. We show a lot of lots around here. And the reason why I did that is, one, I just wanted to point out that, as Chair said at the outset, that this is a site that is located between 16th and 18th Avenue. It's mid-block on South 12th Street. You can see these somewhat faint lot lines, but it is a fairly uniform neighborhood in terms of developed with small lot residential development, which is exactly what the applicant is proposing here. So we think there's some good harmony, certainly from the use relief that the applicant is seeking.
Mr. McDonough,
Yes,
is the property in question this triangular shaped lot?
yes, it's this, and I'll see if I can zoom in for you, Mr. Chairman. Now, this is the way it's platted on the
Because
city
it is
website.
not in yellow.
It is outlined in yellow, yes.
Okay, now I see it. Gee.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an odd shaped lot, and it's also just sort of an interesting little sidebar. Not quite sure how this happened, but you can see many of the lots in the area are aligned at an angle to the streets. Not quite sure how that happened. Maybe at one time streets ran in a different direction, but that's not typically the way we would create a developable lots, but it's really neither here nor there. It's just an irregular shaped piece of property. It is somewhat challenged in terms of the multiplicity of uses that are allowed to go here in the C1 zone district. It's a very permissive zone. At one point, these detached dwellings were allowed, and when you rezoned about a year or so ago, the 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings got dropped from this district. It may have been inadvertent. I'm not sure. But again, it seems like there's some steps to reestablish what is really there. And you'll see as I go through the exhibits, most of these lots have been rendered non-conforming as a result of what you see here with this, I'll call it this pink zone, which is the C1 neighborhood zone district that we're in. Detached dwellings are now not a permitted use there. When we zone, we generally don't want to create an entire neighborhood that's non-conforming. So again, I don't think it was deliberate, but we're going to just push that aside for the time being and really just talk about neighborhood harmony and whether this is a better zoning alternative than something else that might be permitted in the C1 zone district. And we'll just take you back to the overall of the exhibit, and then we'll just drop you into an aerial view. I don't know if you need me to zoom in, Mr. Chairman.
I certainly do.
Okay, sorry. And my screen may be moving faster on this end than it is with you, but right now I have outlined in yellow the subject property, very similar in scale to what I just showed you on the zone map, where everything around here is zoned pink. And the point I'm trying to make is, as you look around the neighborhood, you can see there are many of these detached dwellings throughout. And that's really what the applicant is proposing here is a 2-family dwelling. We do have some multifamily immediately adjacent to us, not non-residential. This is a commercial C1 zone. So it would obviously be difficult to create development of this scale on such a small lot. So we think the applicant is working within the confines of the property boundary. And of course, we're near the park as well. So now we'll get you a little bit of a better view. This is what the drone saw today when we were out there, August 29, pointing east. There's the beautiful skyline and then the other skyline beyond. And get you to zoom in a little bit. So we have this vacant piece of property with that odd shape to it. And you saw how Jennifer's plan is going to integrate a building footprint that's very similar to the one next door. We've got this 3-family dwelling. The applicant's proposing a 2-family dwelling. And I sort of refer to this building as sort of an orphan lot. It's a house that's all by itself on the street. We've got a religious land use. We've got a parking lot and a house that really doesn't have any sort of a companion development adjacent to it. So filling this void with a similarly sized building, we think from a physical planning standpoint, creates a couplet, sort of creates a better definition and establishment of neighborhood there. In my view, certainly better than something that could go there, like a little bodega, a little takeout restaurant or something, which in my view is less in harmony with the residential character of the neighborhood. So again, we're looking at a 2-family use here, looking for use relief to have residential use against residential use, which we think is a better zoning alternative at this particular location. And you can see what's happened on some of the other streets as well, where we do have these detached dwellings, and that continues as we work our way to some of the other lots that are in the C1 zone district. I think this next view, sheet number 4 of A number 1, just gives you a little bit of a reverse view, and just wanted to sort of highlight that this building is sort of isolated. This 3-family is isolated. So filling that void with another 2-family of similar scale makes good sense from a planning standpoint. Importantly, in terms of some of your zoning controls here in the C1, the building height, the building coverage, the building setbacks on the sides and on the front, the parking, they're all going to comply. The only relief that the applicant is seeking from a bulk standpoint relates to what I'm going to show you in exhibit number 5, sheet number 5 of exhibit A1. This is a top-down view, and if anybody needs me to zoom in, just say it, but basically you saw from Jennifer's plan that the building footprint is going to marry up nicely with the building footprint next door. We're not looking to sort of inject a building into a backyard, basically trying to keep the backyard similar. It needs relief because we were at 20 feet and change, and we need 30 feet in the back. That would put the building a little shorter. We're trying to manage parking here and meet the parking supply, keep the parking on the site, while also providing some adequate living space. And as I always say, we're trying to establish some balance here, and we're asking the board to move on that relief of 10 feet in the back so we can provide adequate living accommodations and adequate parking on the site. So all said, we think this is an application that lands more on the positive side than the negative side. It'll achieve positive integration with the surrounding neighborhood. We think it also just helps reinforce and create a better sense of neighborhood with that isolated house next door. That's going to promote purposes of zoning, especially purpose A, promotion of the general welfare. Purpose I, the promotion of a desirable visual environment, filling a void, which is obviously not serving any purpose. It's a beautiful building, as you saw through Jennifer's plan, and really no substantially adverse impacts. The green space is going to be met here in terms of the overall lot coverage, and we are going to meet the tree obligation as well. So the list of relief that I'm asking the board to move on is a lot shorter than we usually find. So we think it's reasonable and appropriate and meets the criteria for approval. With that, I'll pause. Rebecca, turn it back to you.
Thank
Council,
you.
further questions for this witness?
I have nothing further. I yield to the board and
Thank
anything.
you. Are there any questions for this witness from the board? Questions for the planner from the board? Seeing none, are there questions from the public for the planner? If so, please identify yourself by using the raised hand feature. Questions for the planner? Ms. Bell?
Is my hand still raised?
No,
can't-
it is not. And your camera's not on. But do you
Yeah.
have a question for the planner, ma'am?
Done.
Do you have a question for the planner?
I do. Hold on.
Okay.
My question for the planner
And
is what
once
was the,
again, just your name for the record, just so the
Oh, sorry.
record's clear.
sure, Rhonda Bell. What was on this site before?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bell, I don't know. I didn't go back and check historical photographs here. I don't know that answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from anyone for the planner? Council?
Thank you.
Do you have any other witnesses, council?
No, we have no further
Okay,
witnesses.
at this time, we'll accept statements from the public. Ms. Bell, you had indicated that you wanted to make a statement about this application.
I did, and I'm so
Here's what
happy
we're
that,
gonna do.
oh,
When we make statements, I'm gonna ask you to submit to the oath. I'm gonna ask you to put your name and address on the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your statement. So if you could raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You're muted, ma'am.
how many times a day do we say that? I do.
I'm with you. You're not alone there. I'm right with you. Please state your name, your address, and give us your statement for the record. You can lower your hand.
Okay, thank you. It's Rhonda Bell, 4 Kruger Court in Newark. I'm just glad that the planner came with some real live pictures of where the property is and what the neighborhood looks like. That's changed my position slightly. I would like to have known what was there before, and I tell you why. There's a lot of planning going on in Newark, and it's fabulous. However, what I find is that we're putting homes where homes were not previously. So when that happens, you have what you were talking about before, right? You have the sewer, you have the water, you have all these other things to be concerned about, but you also have traffic. And I'm finding that as I drive around the city, there is just so much traffic. And, you know, when you do your traffic studies and things like that, I don't know what the engineers are doing that control the lights. It's just not in line with, something's out of sync. It's not in line with all the wonderful development that's going on, and it's causing a problem. So traffic is a problem, parking is a problem. And when I look at that house and I look at having those 2 parking spaces inside the garage, and it's a 2-family house, as a potential tenant, I'm already picturing the arguments that are going on and who's going to park first, and you got to move your car so I can get out. So there are other concerns about it, but I'm not as concerned about the neighborhood, the impact to the neighborhood. I would have, though, liked to have known what was there before, because if there wasn't a house there before, then there is some impact. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Are there any other members of the public who care to make a statement regarding this application? If so, please identify yourselves by using the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen or your mobile device. If you're on a telephone, you can identify yourself to make a statement by pressing *9. I'd ask you to do this now. I see no raised hands. Council?
Thank you, members of the board. The applicant submits that the testimony provided by our architect and our planner further serves to supplement the record that this application will help promote the general welfare of this neighborhood. Putting in a 2-family building will bring more life and character to this neighborhood. As we discussed today, the zoning is currently undergoing an amendment to permit this type of use for 2-family houses. Listening to the record at the August 13th, 2024 meeting, Deputy Mayor Allison Ladd went before the mayor and council and stated that the omission of these types of housing was unintentional of the zoning amendment back in November 2023. And now that a few months, almost a year has passed since that the initial ordinance was amended, they realized these omissions and they're going to fix it now. The applicant here, besides the D1 variance, is also seeking a C variance for insufficient rear yard setback. As you heard from our professionals today, a consequence of the shape of the lot resulted in the rear yard setback. But as we saw from the planning exhibits of Mr. McDonough, the property that's in the rear yard, it doesn't have any windows that could be obstructed as a result of this variance that's requested, and there will be no substantial or really any detriment to the public as a result. And we submit. Thank you.
Thank you, council. We're now in discussion. May I have discussion from the board, please? Is there any discussion from the board? Commissioner Comisanias.
I'd like to thank Ms. Bell for bringing up some wonderful points, especially when it comes to trees and green space. I think in this case, there's nothing that can really be put there, certainly no commercial structure that would comply. And the type of home is in line with the rest of the community. So, you know, it's going to be an improvement to air quality, green space in that area. Minute, but every little bit helps, right? And it conforms pretty much to the style of the neighborhood. I don't see any problem with the project.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments from the board? Additional comments from the board? Last call for comments from the board. If none, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve ZBA 24-25, 270 South 6th Street.
We have a motion for approval, Commissioner Comisanias. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Jones. Is that with conditions, did you say, Commissioner Comisanias?
I
Yes,
was just about to,
that's-
yes, with conditions, correct?
With conditions.
I'm sorry. Call the roll, please. Second, Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Cobian,
Yes.
Commissioner Torres,
Yes.
Commissioner Hardesty,
Yes.
Commissioner Comisanias,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes. Congratulations, your application is approved.
Thank you. Have a great night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you. Call the next case, please.
The time is now 7:09 PM. The next item on tonight's agenda is ZBA 23 69, located at 226 230 Warren Street, Block 409, Lots 7, 11, and 12 in the Central Ward. The applicant is Adolphus Scott Jr. for Salvation Counseling. In the R4 zone, the applicant proposes the reinstatement of the intensive outpatient treatment program at the Trinity AME Church site. The IOP will be limited to the first floor. Applicant is seeking a D1 use variance to permit outpatient treatment clinic within the R4 zone. Site plan approval is not required. This application was previously adjourned on March 21st, May 30th, and July 25th to this date.
Council, is your entire team in?
Good evening, Jennifer Carrillo Perez. I see Mr. McDonough. I do not see, we have Bishop Scott. I don't see him on. We have Reverend Walters and
Let's-
our architect.
Hold on, let's see if we can.
Sure.
Is there a Bishop Scott? I see Adolphus Scott.
Yes, correct, Adolphus Scott.
Who else? I see an Adolphus Scott III. Is he?
I would think the one you brought in, I'm hopeful, and I'm not sure if he's logged on twice. We do
Okay.
have Reverend Walter, Joseph Walters.
Joseph Walters. Do we see screen name Joseph Walters? Miss Mejia?
Yes, we'll bring him in.
And I see our architect. who's joined.
So is everyone in, Miss Mejia? And do you see your entire team in, council?
I still do not see Mr. Walters. Yeah, now I do. I think we are all in.
Okay. I ask now that any member of the public who has an interest in this case, identify yourself by raising your hand. Please keep your hands raised so we can get a count on the record. Ms. Mejia, you'll bring them in. This is application ZBA 23 69, 226, 230 Warren Street. The Board of Adjustment made the following findings of fact with respect to this property. It's located in Newark's University Heights neighborhood between Warren Street and Cornerstone Lane. The total site area is approximately 15,367.8 square feet. The surrounding land uses consist of a townhouse development and buildings associated with the NJIT campus. Wow. There are, how many raised hands were there, Ms. Mejia?
22.
22. So I will help you bring folks in. Let the record reflect that there are 22 objectors in this matter.
I would call,
Busy.
Madam Mr. Chairman, I would say objectors and potential supporters.
Okay, well then we're gonna have to get a vote when we bring everyone in.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I can't raise my hand and I'd like to be considered an objective.
Well, I'd ask anyone who can't raise your hand using the raised hand feature, turn your screen on. And when I ask if you could raise your hand on screen,
Okay,
that
raise
will
my hand.
help us get a count, but not yet.
Oh, okay. I'll turn the video off.
I can't hear a thing.
Well, that's good because no one's speaking.
Okay, it seems that everyone is in. There's 5 remaining people with their raised hand on the attendee side, but they have declined to join the panelists.
I ain't declined nothing. What?
Now there's 6. All right, so let's try this. Because council raised a concern. If I can ask everyone to lower your hands. Everyone lower your hands, please.
Recording in progress.
Right.
If everyone could please lower your hands. Okay, now, everyone who is here to support the application, if you're here to support the application, if you're in favor of the application, would you please raise your hand at this time? Only if you support the application, and keep it raised until we ask you to lower your hand. Okay. So after asking that question, let the record reflect that there are 10 raised hands, 5 persons who have accepted to be raised to panelists, and 5 who are not panelists. So there are 10 persons present in support of this application. Can you lower your hands, please? Okay, now, if you are here to object to this application, please raise your hand. Please do so now.
I can't raise my hand. You want me to turn my video back on?
Yeah, I thought you were going to do that. If you have to look at me, Miss Bell, you're much easier to look at than I am.
Do you have me in there?
Disappeared.
I don't know who you are.
Lisa Parker.
Are you on the telephone, Miss Parker?
Yes, I am. No, I'm on my cell phone,
but you can't
I'm in
raise
the
your
meeting.
hand, correct?
7952.
Thank you. So let the,
Chair,
yes,
um,
who's speaking?
this is
Oh, Commissioner Hardesty,
Commissioner
yes.
Hardesty. The McCullens, is that the name? I can't see. Are they being counted twice?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
I will get to that. I saw a comment,
Mr. Chairman,
but I didn't read it. Hold on, please, from never mind. I think I had a question for Ms. Juma, but I didn't, anyway. So let the record
Mr.
reflect.
Chairman,
Yes, Ms.
My name
Jenkins,
is,
you have a question?
yes, it's coming up as Kevin Jenkins, but this is Gail Cheneyfield.
You look you're much better looking than Kevin Jenkins.
Thank you.
And I hope he doesn't hold that against me, but it's.
No, he won't. It's true.
Yes. Yes. Did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make sure when I have my hand raised, I just wanted to
Yes,
make sure.
I do see it.
All right, thank you, sir.
So let the record reflect that there are 27 raised hands and the McCullers, and there are 2 McCullers on the screen. So, and with raised hands. So let the record reflect that there are 28 objectors. Okay, so there's a lot of folks here. Here, let me say how we're going to proceed. Please don't speak out of turn. If you have a question, raise your hand. Miss Bell, raise your hand and wave it. If I don't see it, one of my board members will see it and make sure we don't miss you. Raise your hand. The applicant, as you've seen, the applicant will prosecute their petition. They'll put on witnesses. You'll be, the board will then ask questions if they have any. If there are no questions, the public will be allowed to ask questions. Questions, not make statements, not say why we disagree, but ask questions. I ask you to be mindful of your neighbors. There are many of us here. So if we take up too much space, that will may prevent our neighbors from being able to ask questions. At the end of counsel's case, I will allow members of the public to make a statement. And you'll have 3 minutes to do that. That should be, that should be plenty of time. And then council will close. The board will then go into discussion and a decision will be reached. Are there any, you could lower your hands. I want to ask if there are if anyone has I want to ask if anyone has questions regarding the procedure. Questions regarding the procedure? Okay, great. And thank you for all coming out tonight. Counsel, your appearance for the record, please.
Good evening, Jennifer Carrillo Perez of Connell Foley on behalf of Salvation Counseling, who's the applicant operator that's submitted the application for the property at Warren Street.
Counsel? Please
Yes.
proceed.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you again. Again, Jennifer Carrillo Perez. We are here before you this evening on an application to seek relief from this board to reinstate an outpatient treatment counseling program at the existing church building. It is the Trinity AME Church that is located at 226-230 Warren Street. Trinity offers various services to its members and the community as a whole. And the application that is before you this evening is not to seek any change to the building itself or to the site itself. There are no proposed repairs that are being suggested here. We are simply before you on a D1 use variance to reinstate a program that had operated at this facility previously. It is an outpatient treatment counseling program to provide faith-based counseling, which is not specifically permitted in the zone. Again, it's a reinstatement. The application was previously adjourned to allow an opportunity to meet with the community stakeholders and neighbors. since our last meeting, there were 3 separate meetings that were held with various community groups. At the request of the board, we are here to return to present the case now, having had those community meetings. We would like to proceed and have testimony. We're going to be presenting the testimony of 4 witnesses. And we are here to provide you, this board, with the facts of this project and this program. It is not new to this property. We are requesting for it to be reinstated, and we are here to certainly dispel any rumors or misinformation on what is being proposed. So we do have 4 witnesses, and if the board would indulge me, I'd like to call our first witness, who is Bishop Scott.
Bishop Scott, could you raise your, okay. Bishop Scott, you raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You're muted, sir.
Yes, sir.
Could you state your name, give us your address and relationships to this application, please?
Bishop Adolphus Scott Jr. My address, current address, my office is 225 Bertha Avenue, Woodstown, New Jersey. I'm the presiding bishop of the Union American Methodist Episcopal Church, in which Trinity UME Church is one of those churches, and I pastored there for 20 years.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Bishop Scott will be testifying as a fact witness, therefore we won't need to qualify him as an expert. So good evening, Bishop Scott. I'd like to begin asking you, with your role, what is your specific role with the Trinity Union American Methodist Episcopal Church?
I'm the presiding bishop.
And when did you begin working with Trinity?
I was assigned to Trinity as the pastor in 2000, May of 2000.
Okay. And during that time, did you provide any faith-based initiatives or programs at the church?
Yes.
And can you just provide a little bit information on what was being offered?
We had Pressing Toward the Mark Outreach Ministry, which was outreach counseling. We had Salvation Army. We had food bank. We had young people counseling. We had Concrete Roses, which was counseling for young people, preteens, 13 to 18. And we had Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, so we just were a community church.
Okay. And during this time period, at any time, was there any counseling that was conducted at this facility?
Yes.
Can you just please elaborate on that?
We had one-on-one counseling, religious counseling, faith-based counseling for those suffering from mental illness and addiction. And we did have group counseling at our Pressing Toward the Mark meetings.
And this is from 2000 when you had started for a period of, for how long?
We did that approximately to 2009, and we wanted to expand the program and bring in professionals. So we became a licensed outpatient ministry, faith-based counseling, and we were licensed in 2009 by the state of New Jersey. In 2011, the person who was the director, they moved on, and because of resources, we could not afford to pay another director. So we ceased being unlicensed, but the church has continued to provide services up until today. Those same services, we have an AA program there, we have international student ministries there, we have Pressing Toward the Mark there, and we still are doing counseling there, religious counseling.
Right. So essentially, the application that is before the board this evening is to reinstate that program that was there, as you indicated, from 2009 to approximately 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And that would be a program that's licensed in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. But you've also indicated that since that time and since you began your ministry there in approximately 2000, 2003, this church, Trinity, has offered services, whether it be counseling services or mentorship program services, as you've just indicated in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated you're with Trinity and here as a representative on behalf of the church, which is working with Salvation Counseling, who is also the applicant in connection with the reinstatement of this faith-based counseling. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, as a representative for the church and ownership, will the reinstatement of this community faith-based counseling program that's being proposed today overlap at all or interfere with your existing programming or the operation of the church itself?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have no additional questions for Bishop Scott.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness from the board? Questions for this witness from the board? Commissioner Comisanias.
So you're doing counseling currently. This, what you're seeking would allow you to bring in professionals again, is that the statement?
That's correct.
Okay, so
We
you
have-
do
we
it
have-
now as a, let's say, a pastor speaking to a congregant where someone else would come in as a licensed professional.
Yes.
Different type of, okay.
Yes.
Are there any other questions from the board for this witness? Vice Chair Munford.
Yes, as far as counseling, what type of counseling are you doing as far as type of clients are you seeing in your counseling sessions? Are they, what type of mental illness or what type of treatment are they seeking?
The church has been blessed. We have really a recovery church. Half of the officials now actually came through the Pressing Toward the Mark ministry when we started. And so the counseling we offer is a religious-based counseling, and we take them as far as we can before we have to refer them out. It's whether it's mental health, marriage counseling, substance abuse counseling, and then we look to refer them out to a program if they need more help. If we can't stabilize them or help them to recover, we will refer them out. But we do substance abuse counseling, marriage counseling, youth and young adult counseling, whatever the needs are as a religious institution.
Okay. Are you the day-to-day operator?
No, I'm the presiding bishop. My son now is the pastor there. We assign pastors. I pastor churches through New Jersey and through a district. And when I was elected bishop, we had a couple other pastors there. And when my son finished school and everything, he was already a member there. We assigned him. So Adolphus Scott III is the pastor there. But as far as any programming and things like that, they answer to what's called our district trustees, our district trustee committee, which I am the CEO and chair over. Before we can institute a program or anything, they would have to come through us and be approved by us.
But is it fair to say, since you started this program when you were there before you got elevated to bishop, you developed the SOP and procedures for this particular outreach counseling program?
No, the person who was the director at that time, they developed everything and we worked in partnership with them. They were actually a member of the church and they relocated and moved on. And when they moved on, because we were trying to help the community, our goal was to help the community. So we didn't have the resources to bring someone in and pay them. And so we had to terminate or suspend the program. The paid program, we continued to offer services, but as far as paid professionals in that area, in that field, we had to suspend.
So I'm not sure if you can answer this question, because what I would like to know is the time frame of what time does counseling take place? Is it one-on-one sessions or group sessions?
If I can, Mr. Board Member Mumford, we do have another witness who will go into the details. He's right after, and he can provide you all the details on this new program.
I shall hold my question until then.
Thank you.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty.
I guess my question may need to hold as well, because the bishop is indicating that it's an actively ongoing program now. So he should be able to answer what's going on now, because you're saying a new program. So
I
is
can-
that program going to be totally different? Because he's just saying what was going to be different is professionals were going to be doing it now.
So
What,
go ahead.
what we do now is pretty much mentoring, one-on-one mentoring. As I said, we have people in the church, a lot of the members who came through the program now are productive members of society, even church officers. And so we do a lot of one-on-one mentoring. What we want to do is expand the program where instead of us having, sometimes when you go to refer somebody out, they never make it there. And so instead of referring somebody out, we would have certified counselors in-house, faith-based counselors that could help them and have more knowledge as to even referring them to different places or the level of care they may need. We can't assess their level of care right now. And that's what we basically want to do.
Thank you. I just have one additional question. How many people are participating in the program now? And how many participants do you anticipate? And maybe the new person can answer that.
Well, now it's not really structured. For instance, we have, when COVID came, we had a pressing toward the Mark meeting every Wednesday prior to COVID. And it would fluctuate. We would have sometimes 30 people, 35 people on a Wednesday night. And then, during the week, Sundays, we may get 20, 25 people come from the Renaissance House, Salvation Army, who are in programs. And so I can't say how many, because it's not a structured program right now. We just help people as they come, but I'm sure they can answer moving forward. All those other questions can be answered.
Anything further, Commissioner Hardesty?
Not, I'll wait for the other witness.
Thank you. Commissioner Cobian.
Good evening. I just want to confirm it's only counseling services, but there's going to be no psychiatrist prescribing medication. Is that correct?
No medication at all. No drugs, no medication at all.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Montfort, is that an old hand or a new hand?
That's all.
Okay. I have a few questions. Who is Salvation Counseling?
Salvation Counseling is a group put together. If you look at Reverend Joey Walters and Reverend Sidney Walters in a group, they came in, they are ordained ministers who were ordained in the Union American Methodist Episcopal Church. And they have expertise in these areas. And so they wanted to help us reach more people and help more people. So we collaborated and came together.
So is Salvation Counseling, is it a corporate entity?
I think
He's the next witness. Mr.
next
Chair, so
witness,
you
he
can
can
ask him.
answer all those things better than me.
Do you have a contract with Salvation Counseling?
No, not at this time.
Okay. If this is approved, will you be entering a contract with Salvation Counseling?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a residential program?
No, sir.
And you're not in charge of the day-to-day operations of the church, is that correct?
No, sir.
I guess you're in charge of, I don't know what to call it, the diocese or whatever.
Yeah, all pastors and officers, elected officers, your trustees and your stewards are amendable to the conference, which means they're amendable to me.
So does the conference have any restrictions on the operation of this program?
None at all. No drugs will be served. When our trustees discussed it, which I already knew from talking to our partners and our team, as long as any narcotics were being distributed, any kind of drugs, it would just be a faith-based counseling. The district was fine with it. The trustee board is fine with it.
And how many, do you know how many professionals will be on site? Or is that within someone else's purview?
That's within someone else's. I think our next person can answer all those questions.
Okay. I have no further questions. Are there any other questions from the board for this witness? Seeing none, if any members of the public have questions, please raise your hand. I'm going to ask you to state your name and address for the record and ask your question. Again, questions, not arguments, not statements, questions. Screen name Dawn. Could you give us your name and address for the record, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Dawn Manning. My address is 8 Ashby Lane. I want to thank council for making sure that I did get notice of the Zoom call tonight. My question for the bishop is, he talked about the activities that were going on back in 2000 or from the time period of 2000 to 2009. And Bishop, do you have any understanding as to the volume of participants involved in the license portion during that time period?
In the license portion, and once again, it was like we're asked to be reinstated. It was one-on-one counseling. And so we maybe had 5 a day, and it was in the morning from like 9 to 2, and maybe 5 a day. It was never like a crowd of people when we were licensed.
And so I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for someone else or council, but if the volume at the license period was about 5 per day, what is it that you expect with this new application?
That is for the next witness, Ms. Dawn.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to the amount of income that was generated annually from the license portion of the program?
I don't think that's relevant.
Well, Ms. Manning, interesting question. It's really not within the purview of this board. We just deal with matters regarding the use. But if the bishop knows and can answer, I'd ask if he would do so. If you know.
Sir, right now, and I back in the day, I don't have those records in front of me, and I would not want to misspeak. I am on oath.
That's fair. Any further questions, Ms. Manning?
Bishop, do you have an understanding as to what may have changed in the neighborhood? And I suppose someone will talk about this also, but I would like to know if the bishop, since he previously was a pastor in this particular location, and is familiar with it, especially since his son is now current pastor. Do you have any understanding as to whether there has been any change in the neighborhood from when that program was last in place?
Absolutely. I still call Newark my home. The church has been there since 1928. We've been operating there as a ministry since 1928. I was a part of the church before I became a reverend and a bishop. I've seen a lot of Society Hill being built.
I'm sorry, Bishop. I really was referring to the period from 2000 or even 2009 to today.
Oh yeah, I've seen the difference in the change in the community. You got a dorm next door. The dorm was built where it was a school. The different programs, different things going on all around the city. Seeing ShopRite get built and the plaza over there. I used to live at 104 Prince Street, apartment A. And so I'm very familiar with that area. I didn't move out of town. I wanted to be where the people were who we were going to minister to. And so I lived right on Prince Street around the block.
Thank you. Any further questions, Ms. Brown?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next questioner, screen name Wanda Cuello, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes. Good evening. Wanda Cuello, 87 Cosio Drive.
Your question for the witness, ma'am.
Yes, I have one question. Is the church going to be receiving referral from the jail system? Are they going to make any connection with them?
I think that'll be answered with the next, our Reverend Walter Joey. He has all that information as far as what the program is going, who the people will be and things like that.
Any further questions for this witness, Ms. Cuellar?
Yes, I don't know if it's relevant, but I would like to know if any of the member of the church, of the employee, are living in society here at the time.
I didn't get the whole question. I'm sorry.
Well,
Is any member of the church or any of the employee are presently living in Society Hill?
No.
I don't even know.
any further questions, Ms. Cuellar?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next questioner is screen name Stephanie Glover. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Stephanie Glover, 45 Cornerstone Lane.
Your question for the this witness, ma'am?
I'm trying to figure out, you keep saying this is faith-based, which is fine, but what makes it different from Bethany, from New Hope Baptist Church, from all the other sites that's in the neighborhood? You need to tell, I'm really curious, what is it that you're going to do different that they're not doing?
Well, one thing I can say, ma'am, if you allow me, recovery saved my life.
And I know a lot of people recovery
can I
saved
finish,
their
ma'am?
life too.
Can I finish?
You can.
It saved my life. I went through a program and I found out that there was a disparity between the church and the 12-step program. And that's how the Press Into It, the Mark program got started. After I went to the recovery and the AA meetings and all, and I went to church, but there was a stigma. And so we developed this program through our hearts that we would be different, because a lot of the people who are involved or going to be involved have actually been there. We don't have people who just are coming in to make money. We have people who are vested with their hearts. And, you know, I went from, when the program saved my life, I went back to school. I was assigned a pastor, finished all my education, and I was elected the 25th bishop of the Union American Methodist Episcopal Church, which is the first fully incorporated Black church in America. And it was all because somebody loved me and cared for me and helped me. And I want to give that same love back to help somebody else get their family back and everything. So I think that's.
Do you have any further questions, Ms. Glover?
I'm like I said, I'm a little confused. As someone who deals with someone with mental illness every day, and trust me, I think my faith, my minister, my Strengthians, if they can pray for everyone, I don't understand what they're going to do that no other church can't do. I'm just trying to figure that out.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how your program may differ from that, as Ms. Glover mentioned, of Bethany, if you know?
I'll let Joe answer.
Okay, so we'll hold that question, Ms.
Yes.
Glover. Next, there you go. Councilman Jenkins, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Gail Cheneyfield Jenkins, 88 Richmond Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you. Your question for this witness.
Yes, I'd like to ask the gentleman, the bishop. You stated that this program, and your attorney made it clear that this license was issued originally by the state of New Jersey, and the program ended in 2009. Since it was such a valuable program for your church, even though the professionals left, why didn't you keep the license reinstated? Why didn't you pay for the license to stay active?
The resources weren't for the license. The resources were, if we were to bring people in, the professionals, we would have had to pay them. We were doing more free work. People were coming in that didn't have insurance, people that were coming in that couldn't get insurance, and we were helping them. So the program never generated money. It wasn't to be a profit, so to speak. It was to help people. And so when the professional left, when they relocated, right, we could afford to reinstate the license, but if you submit a license for the state, you got to have clinical directors and things like that who are vested, and we didn't have any at the time.
Excuse me. We're not here due to the lapse of any state license.
Correct.
We're here because I assume council or someone in the city has determined that the use ended. Council, do you want to address that? Why is this application here?
For that specific purpose, we were advised, and the zoning determination issued by the city indicated that to reinstate this, because it had been not used for so many years, that particular use would have to come back to this board for approval.
So there is and council, correct me if I'm mistaken, there is a belief, a standard of getting like Biden, I'm losing my words, that if you don't use, if you stop using a property for its
intended purpose,
for not the intended purpose, for the purpose for which a variance was granted for a certain amount of time, and there's a lot of litigation around this, it will lapse. So someone in the city determined that this variance lapsed because it was not used. Council and the applicant determined rather than going to court to challenge that decision, they would file an application with the board. So this is because the use, which is the outpatient treatment program, lapsed, and they're looking to have that reinstated. I hope that was helpful.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't trying to infer that they were trying to get a renewal of their license. I'm saying the bishop is saying he was there since 2000. And if this is a passion and this is a kind of ministry they wanted to go forward with, then what I'm saying is between 2009 and 2024, where did they get these professionals? Because this group that they're talking about has been around. This ministry has been around.
Ma'am, they are in other.
Hold on. Yes. Are you finished with your question?
Yes. The second question I had was.
Well, hold on. And
okay. Thank you.
Showing my age, I called you councilman, I think. Forgive me.
That's all right. I identify either way.
Council person. Showing my age. Counselor, do you have to tell, do you think it's appropriate or it would be helpful to state why this was determined lapse? Or why you agreed, if you did, that the use lapsed?
So all I can do, again, good evening, Jen Carrillo Perez. All I can speak to is reinforce what the bishop indicated. This happens regularly. I think what was indicated by the bishop is that they lost at that time, and it was 2011. I just want to clarify the record. They were licensed from 2009 to 2011. That individual who was providing those counseling services to them, and it was a not-for-profit organization, relocated. And so they lost the ability to hire that counselor and that clinical person to run it. And so the license could have been renewed, but unfortunately they lost the person who was dedicated to working with that. Churches are not in the business. They're not for-profit businesses. So from my understanding, from what the bishop indicated, they did not at that time have the resources. And so since that time, and you'll hear from Mr. Walters next, they have since gathered the resources and want to bring the program back.
So there were no services in this regard being offered?
In this specific regard, no. There were other faith-based services.
Okay,
Correct.
then I understand why they lapsed. Council person, your other question, please.
Yes, and just to be clear, the people who came that night that are counselors that said that they're going to be working with this particular church have still been in New Jersey since 2011. And if they wanted to do this program,
Chairman, it's not a question. I don't think that's a statement.
Okay, so the question is, are these counselors going to be full-time? Do they have full-time jobs, or are they going to be at the site during the daytime?
That's a great question. I think it's for the next witness.
Correct.
Okay, I'll wait for the next question, next witness. Thank
Screen
you.
name Tina Carter. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Your name, please?
Hi, my name is Tina Carter.
Yeah, I can't see you very well.
Oh, I'm here. Is the camera not on?
No, it's just me.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see something. Oh, that's weird.
That's a great.
Trying it again?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Tina Carter. I live at 9 Colgate Drive in Newark, New Jersey.
Your question for the witness, ma'am.
My question is, I understand that this will not have drug treatment, or it did not have drug-related services at the time, but because I'm hearing that this is an IOP, intensive operative program, outpatient program, is there plans to implement that in the future?
No, ma'am, our district, which regulates all of our churches.
So do you have personal knowledge of this, or is this for the next witness?
Yes, I do. Our district who regulates the church, all of our churches. Part of this whole agreement is that no type of drugs will ever be given out. And if that was to happen, we wouldn't be in that property. It wouldn't happen in one of our properties.
So, counsel, do you accept as a condition of approval that there'll be no dispensing of drugs at this site as a condition of approval?
Yes, we would.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, any further questions for this witness?
My second and last question, possibly for the next witness, I don't know. Are background checks being conducted?
So I would assume that's for the next witness. Is that correct? Okay, next questioner, screen name Tim Moore. Sir, could you unmute yourself?
That would be Tom Moore, 8 Richmond Street.
Like I said, you're seeing, I have trouble seeing. Sorry, Mr. Moore. Can you give us your name and address for the record?
As I said a minute ago, Tom Moore, 8 Richmond Street. I actually have a couple of questions. One, as a substance abuse program, will there be additional security? And if so, who's going to pay for it?
If you know, or is that a question for
That's a question for the
That was a question. I said if. I said, is there going to be?
That's a question for the next witness. What's your next question for this witness?
Okay, if the license has lapsed, why do they think they should not go for a new license and reapply if it's been lapsed for 5 times the length of the time that it was that they had the license active?
So, Mr. Moore, we're here for the use. Are you
right? But that is part of the use.
Mr. Moore,
hang on. Part of the use is to understand.
Hold on, sir. Go easy, okay? I just want to make sure we get your question understood so that we can get your answer. We're here for the use. Are you referring to the lapsing of the use?
When it comes to the use, it's all that's going on. And as a resident, I want to know if you're going to use this property, why is there the thought that you should not reapply and you should just have your license that's been vacated 5 times longer to use this than you had it in use? So that's the question. I mean, if you think that does not apply, I mean, as a resident, to me, it does apply the same way the security question applied.
And I think the security question is a valid question, just not for this witness. As for the reapplication for the use, that's why they are here. They're reapplying to get the use reauthorized.
I thought you said there was a reinstatement, they're applying to get it reinstated, not applying for a new license that's been vacant for one that's been outdated for a long time.
So we don't grant licenses.
I know you don't. That's the whole point. The state grants a license, and why should they not go to the state for a new license for usage of something that's been dormant for 12 years? If I don't drive and if I don't reapply for my license for 12 years, I have to go back to the state to apply for a new one. And I would like a good understanding as to why you feel or they feel there's not the need to do that.
Sir, if they have to do that, they will have to do that, but they don't do that here. The only thing
I know they don't, sir. I'm asking why. I'm asking him why they feel they don't need to, or their counsel as to why they feel they don't need to.
May I finish speaking?
You were cutting me off, so I just thought I'd return the favor, sir.
Well, let's, now that we're even, let's try both to do better. I
Oh,
will. Okay? We're not here for licenses, we're here for uses. So I can't answer that question. You can contact counsel at her office to ask about the license. But we're here to talk about the use. And that's why they're here. Do you have
Okay,
any
Chair,
further
I was not
questions?
asking you that question, so I know you can't answer it. I was asking the bishop that question or his legal
That is,
counsel.
sir, if I say that's not a question, that means it's out of order and we're not going to answer that question.
You didn't say that. You just told me you couldn't answer is what you said a minute ago, sir. But okay, move on, please.
Do you have any further questions, sir?
At this very moment, I do not.
Great. Next.
Great. Would you let me ask what I did?
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Chair,
Commissioner Monfort.
Listening to some of the questions that's coming from the public, I think a lot of the questions are going to come that are coming are for the operator. I think we should release the bishop and bring the operator in because the bishop right now can only answer questions regarding why the UMAM teachers allowing this. But the operator that's going to be physically operator has to answer these questions because his name, his or her name is on that license documentation that went to the.
That's a great point. I don't want to skip anybody that feels that they've been waiting. So before we get to the last member of the public with a raised hand, Ms. Juma.
Good evening, Chair and board members and members of the public. I hear that there is a question regarding why myself is considering this application a D1 use variance. So I want to kind of clarify. At the time of the submission of this application, our office didn't find any record of the substance treatment facility, and the applicant also did not provide us any record that they received approval for that use in the past. So from the zoning office standpoint, we're viewing this as a new use or abandoned use, which is why it's a D1. So it's not a question for us in zoning of licensing because I forget his name, but the person who spoke before myself, to answer his question, if this application is approved, they would still have to apply for licensing with the state. However, before they get there, they have to first be approved to even have the use at this location. So it's a D1 for zoning purposes because we have no record of the substance treatment facility.
Thank you, Ms. Juma. Screen name Felicia Alston Singleton. Do you have a question for the bishop?
Yes, I do. What I wanted to ask the bishop is the AME Churches Association. Why wouldn't you partnership with the places that you mentioned, like the Renaissance House or Integrity House, or the new clinic that was just opened by Georgia King Village, instead of bringing services to the complex? Why wouldn't you connect the church to other working operations that where you could get the word of God and connect with more people than just the 5 or the 30 that you said you were going to bring to the church?
I think that we already have and we do partner with the opioid epidemic and everything that's going on, and stress and the economy, you name it. I don't think there's enough treatment facilities where people can get one-on-one counseling, where they can come somewhere. And if you look at your different programs, it's hard sometimes for people to get seen because they're overcrowded. And we just want to be part of that. We have many folk that come to our church because how God has blessed us in that ministry, come to our church who have suffered or suffering from some type of addiction or mental illness. And sometimes we found it difficult at times to get them someplace, whether it's outpatient or inpatient. And so we had some qualified people who could assess them right there, and then we could send them to the proper places. I think that we would do the city a better service, but most importantly, those people and their families a better service.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions for this witness,
Yeah,
counsel?
you didn't, wait,
Oh.
because Lisa had her hand up. You didn't let me finish.
Who has their hand up?
Lisa Parker, she said she can't put her hand up and she's not camera ready, so.
Miss Parker.
And Derek Lampley, can you hear me?
Yes. Where is Miss Parker?
I'm here.
Okay, Miss Parker, do you have a question for this witness?
Yes, I do. Bishop,
Amen.
you were asked the question about the demographics in our community. And you mentioned the 550 unit dormitory where students are. You failed to mention that there's open drug sales adjacent to that. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Chair, I don't
If
know
you're
how.
aware, Bishop, are you aware or not?
I think there's open drugs everywhere we go,
Thank you.
including.
Any other questions? Ms.
Yeah,
Parker?
yes, I do. Is the bishop aware that across the street from the church, there's a building with clinical trials that are conducted there through the health department?
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, ma'am?
Yeah, I have more questions.
Okay.
Are you aware that there are, the demographics in the community has changed since you, initially lost your licensure
If you're aware.
in 2009? Has the community, the demographics of our community changed from 2009 up to date, 2024?
Yes.
Any further questions, ma'am?
Yes. Do you apply for grants under the IOP that's, I didn't finish my question. Intense outpatient program. Is that what this is?
Well, I don't think this person is not the operator, so why don't you hold that question if it's
Okey-doke.
if it's relevant. You have any
Oh,
other
wait,
questions?
one more question.
Go right
Is
ahead.
the bishop aware that there's an online petition opposing this?
Ma'am, that
property?
is, we don't consider that. Do you have
Okay,
any, do you have
okay.
any, do you have any other questions?
Nope.
Mr. Lampley, could you give
Yes,
us your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Derek Lampley, 2 Colgate Drive, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you. Your questions for this witness, sir.
My first question will be, what is the process for anyone to be part of this program? Are
I
they
think
vetted?
that's appropriate for the next witness.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for this?
Yes, sir. What, and it might be for the next witness as well.
If
What
it
is-
deals with operations, yes, it will be.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, let's hold it
see.
for the next one. I
Thank
see a hand raised by screen name Dan. Could you unmute yourself, give us your name for the record? And
My name is Dan McNeil. I live at 32 Cornerstone Lane. I just have a very broad question for the bishop. Should approval not occur tonight, will there be other efforts to circumvent this to gain approval?
I'm not gonna ask you to answer that, sir. I'm not gonna say.
You want to ask him if he will
Break the law?
disobey the law?
No, I'm not asking him to disobey the law.
Well, yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
You are absolutely asking that.
Correct.
Do you have any other questions, sir?
Okay, all right. So, okay, can I withdraw that question? I have another question.
Sure.
What is the church IRS listing so I can look up the 990?
Excuse me? What is
I'd
the
like to
church?
look up the 990 of the church. Can I have the
Well,
listing?
You could do that through the IRS website. That has
Yeah, but I
nothing,
just need a name. What is it listed under?
that has nothing to do with this
It
application.
does, because I'd like to see if there's a correlation between, I understand the goodness of his heart of running this program, but if the church is operating under a deficit and this is merely a cash grab, I just need to know that. And I need to see the finances of the church in the last 3 years. So if you could tell me the name, I can go on GuideStar and look myself.
This applicant is named Salvation Counseling.
Thank you.
Any further questions,
No
sir?
further questions, sir.
Commissioner Montfort, is that an old hand?
Sorry.
That's okay. Counsel?
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Reverend Joseph Walters, please.
Hold on. Okay. I'll assume that's an old. Yes, Reverend Joseph Walters. Where is Reverend Walters?
I saw him on earlier.
Reverend Walters, I don't see you. Let me see if you're on. Reverend Walters.
Oh, it's Joseph Walters. He's on. You can turn on your camera, please.
I'm here.
I see you. Could you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name, your address, and relationship to this application, please?
Joseph Walters, 522 Columbia Road, Columbia, Maryland.
And your relationship to this application, sir?
Just the CEO. I'm the one that's pushing this forward.
The CEO of?
Salvation Counseling.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. And Reverend Walters will be testifying as a fact witness. Therefore, I'm not going to proceed with qualification. Reverend Walters, good evening. You just heard the testimony that was put forward by Bishop Scott on the history of the program and the status of the services currently at Trinity. I'd like to focus on the program of Salvation Counseling Services itself. Can you please provide the board with what is the purpose and goal of Salvation Counseling? What is Salvation Counseling?
So as a continuation of our religious faith-based mission of charity and community service, we have decided to reinstate Salvation Counseling Service, which is a faith-based outpatient counseling service provider that embraces a holistic approach of body, mind, and spirit in the community.
All right. And this is a faith-based outpatient counseling service. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And you heard the questions that were asked. This is simply limited to counseling. We are not looking at giving any dispensing any medication or narcotics or even prescription. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And essentially, this is a service to supplement what is currently at Trinity to provide clinical and licensed individuals to provide the counseling services at this facility, correct?
This is correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. And if we can talk about the nature of the services and how the clients are referred to Salvation Counseling. Okay,
so let me just say that from February 2009 to 2011, just to give you the backdrop, Trinity was licensed by the state of New Jersey as an outpatient substance abuse program. The original IOP under proper licensing from the state of New Jersey, Department of Human Services, Division of Addiction Services, and that's the nature of it. But in terms of services, it's one-on-one and family counseling, you know, and group counseling. But everything is based on referrals. We do a certain level of care and counseling, and as Bishop stated, if there's any need for a higher level of care, we refer out. That's it.
And the Salvation, you indicated it's faith-based, and I know there was a question as well about the surrounding neighborhood and churches, and Bishop indicated that you will be working as well with some of these. Can you just provide a little bit of detail on who you provide treatment for and who are some of those continuum of care faith-based institutions you'd be working with?
Okay, so we right now have legitimate contracts, committed contracts with Trinity UAME, Bethel New Life Community Outreach, Little Friendship Baptist Church, Renaissance Church of Newark, Assemblies of God, Little Zion UAME Church, True Vine Community Outreach Church, New Salem Baptist Church, New Covenant Baptist Church, and the Masjid. We even have a mosque that's participating in as a part of that referral base. They found this service to be greatly needed in the community. So in this faith-based environment, we will be referring, going to the faith-based community, trying to provide these services, but as well as the community at large. And in some cases, you'll probably have some college students come over.
Okay. And if we can just talk about a little bit about, let's go into the operations. You are looking at, you had indicated that this is one-on-one counseling. Can you describe what are the potential of the proposed hours of operation for Salvation Counseling?
Well, so the business would be conducted Monday through Friday during business hours 9 to 5. All clients are seen by appointment only in a private, self-contained, faith-based environment. There would be no cause for lines or lingering crowds.
Okay. And how
So
many?
as far as
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry.
yes, so as far as the operations, again, no medications. There's no methadone. There's no residential, nothing. It's just straight counseling. The hours, as far as the number of employees, would you like me to give the operation?
Please.
Yes.
Please.
So the number of employees, our proposal is 1 clinical director and 4 counselors. There will be numbers of patients per day would be about 10 patients per day, and it would be by appointment only. And that's pretty much the standard.
And the question I was going to ask you was specifically that about the number of employees that you have on the site. There was a question that was raised by someone from the public earlier, and forgive me for not writing down, I believe, the name, or it might have been Mr. Moore. Will there be additional security at this facility?
If needed, we will supply security and whatever it takes for this program to be successful. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So at this point, you had indicated no more than 10 people. Have you historically needed any security for any of your operations in other facilities?
Yeah, these people are like me. It's like you. You know, these are people that struggled with something that is coming to get counseling. Okay. These aren't like some zombies or some criminals. You know, you've got children that are suffering with issues regarding substance abuse or mental health. You've got seniors who, because of the opioid epidemic, because they got hip replacements and knee replacements, they are now suffering with opioid addiction. I mean, there'll be a plethora of nonviolent, you know, just these people are just like you and I.
Great. And we received the report from the board planner, and I shared that with you and your professionals. One of the questions they asked was generally how would the patients, you know, in addition to how, you know, the referral service and where the patients would come from, which I think you answered referrals and you listed a name of folks. How would you anticipate, or how do you expect the patients to actually get to the Trinity Church to Salvation Counseling?
So as far as transportation, I would say that you know, some of the involvement as far as transportation would be, you know, some would take the bus, you know, some would drive, you know, it's a bunch of different ways that they would move forward as far as transportation.
So would it be fair to say that clients themselves are responsible for their own transportation?
They are responsible for their own transportation, correct.
Right. All right. And I failed to ask a question with respect to some of the folks that you're looking at. Would it be fair to say that in addition to some seniors and youth, that your services are limited, and I think we noted it in one of the documents, that folks that are 18 years or older, right? The counseling services and the programs you're offering are simply for adults, including seniors, military veterans, anyone who's just 18 or older. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I just had I think a question with respect to confirmation. We've indicated that the hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that essentially it is appointment based only, correct?
It's by appointment only. Yep.
Correct. And the maximum amount of people that can actually come to the site on one day would be 10 individuals. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Correct.
And one of the things we're proposing here is, and we've noted numerous times, at least on the record now, that this will be a referral system in the sense that should someone need additional services, medications or whatnot, that is not handled by us. And there is a restriction by the church in using this facility that would prohibit that from happening. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
That essentially we are limited not only by the fact of your program, that your referral, but by the church itself in ensuring that we will not prescribe medication or give any medication on the site.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's strictly enforced with the board.
Great. Thank you. And I believe that's all the questions I have.
Now, so I just remind you that your applicants already agreed to not providing any drugs as a condition of approval.
Correct. I apologize. And lastly, with respect to the transportation, I just want to clarify, there is a parking lot that is owned and operated by Trinity, and Salvation Counseling will have access to that lot for their patients that come to visit. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a self-contained parking lot. It's gated, fenced in. Each parking space in the lot is up to code. In addition, they have a side entrance on Warren Street for participants to come. So,
Okay, great. So there is access directly from Warren Street to access your lot in the back that is private lot, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I have no additional questions. I know there are questions specific to operations from the public.
Council, if, as a condition of approval, if the board agrees to allow this, would your applicant agree to limit their hours of the program to Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 only? And if any additional expansion was required, they'd have to come back to this board. Is that something your applicant will agree to? You need time to ask?
Mr. Walters, is that something?
Absolutely. I think those are the standards we operate in. Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree to that as a condition of approval?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any questions? And I got to change my view. Hold on. Are there any questions from the board for this witness? Questions from the board for this witness?
Yes,
Commissioner Monford.
First question. Do you have a contract or do you have an MOA or MOU?
Can you be more specific about the contract?
You stated that you had contracts with different churches, masjid.
Oh, yeah.
Contract, as you should know, contract is different from an MOU or MOA.
Yeah, so we have letters of commitment from the churches that I named. I have them here in writing. We're going to submit them to you. That they're committed in this faith-based environment to refer their clients that are in need of these types of services to this this counseling service. And
are they compensated for are they compensated for sending you the referral?
No.
So your MOA says they just can refer there for outpatient services, no compensation.
No. That would be a conflict of interest. Absolutely not.
Hey, we've had other things in the church industry.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're for the people. I'm born and raised in Newark, and I've got a great concern. This is a labor of love. This is God's work. I mean, we know our loved ones and our our friends, families are.
I understand that, sir. Second question.
Trying to make an improvement.
You are in. It's my understanding you were born and raised in Newark, but you don't live in Newark, right? You're in Maryland. Did I hear you say that?
Now. Yep.
Where are you stationed? Where do you live? Where do you reside?
Could I ask you why that's relevant?
Why it's relevant? Because the operator of the operator of the service would be working here. You're telling me that you live in Maryland, so therefore the operator of this counseling service doesn't live here.
Right. So we will have, our clinical people, our clinical directors, and our counselors will all be licensed by the state, and they'll be able to run the business. And they got Zoom, they got all types of business things that you can use, technology that you can use to operate a business efficiently. I've been in corporate America for 30 years, and we do business. You get it done. And plus, my family is there. I come up there, probably twice a month, and based on need, it can be more frequent.
Sir, I appreciate that understanding in this industry, and someone who has dealt with the New Jersey Department of Human Services for over 26 years. So, we understand.
Let's get better.
You submitted your application. What did you on your application? Did you submit it as strictly faith-based?
Well, you're breaking up, Commissioner Monford.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, a little better.
Okay. I was saying when the application submitted, was it submitted solely as a faith-based application?
I can actually speak to that. Yeah, it's essentially they've indicated that it was going to be an intensive outpatient treatment program at the existing Trinity, and there wasn't any specific language that was said faith-based at that time. I inherited this application. I was reassigned the case, but it doesn't stipulate that specifically in the one application.
Understood. I'm going to come back later and let my other commissioners time in here. I have a couple other questions, but I'll let them get their questions in for the sake of time, and I'll be back.
Thank you. Are there other questions from Commissioner Torres?
Yes, thank you. My question is, do the patients, the outpatients, do they have to have insurance? Can they be treated, or those who don't have insurance, are they also being treated?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Jennifer, would you call Robinette in? Because she can be very great.
So what I can do, I apologize, Mr. Chair. I would say, given that we are asking a lot of clinical questions, I do have the clinician who would be the director of the program here as well to answer questions. So, everyone has a specific role. She can answer very specific questions on the operations, the insurance, etc. We can ask her that question.
Let's hold those questions as we did with the bishop.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness, Commissioner Torres?
No, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Other questions from the board? You said that.
Yeah.
I don't recall if I asked if, as a condition of approval, there'll be no inpatient services of any kind. Would you accept that as a condition of approval?
Yes, sir. No inpatient, absolutely.
Are all the clients that you see, will they all be voluntary clients?
I would leave that for Robinette.
Okay.
To answer.
Okay.
She'll be able to give you more specific detail.
Understood. Okay, we're now going to take questions from the public. Felicia Alston Singleton, can you turn on your screen? And just your name for the record, please.
Felicia Alston Singleton.
And
So
your question.
My what?
Your question, please.
My questions would be, is this a refer to be referred? So you're receiving a referral to now refer them out. So you're basically going to be the middleman of this whole operation, correct?
You mean our facility itself?
Reverend Walter?
Do you mean our facility?
The program that's coming there. You said they were going to get referrals, and then if you need to refer, you're going to refer them out, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Robinette will get into more specifics and really can get into the weeds with you. But
Okay.
Your question is correct.
Okay. And to the board, if they're going to speak on something, we should be able to ask them questions to be answered. Also,
That's
you
what
weren't
you're
on the
doing, Ms.
last
Wilson.
call.
That's what we're
Excuse
doing.
me?
That is
Okay.
exactly what we're doing.
No, he said okay, so you weren't at the last meeting. They said 5 patients per day with 25 per week. I have that in my notes right here. You just went up to 10 patients per day and 100 people per week. So I would like to know with those operations, and you saying one clinician, and you're saying you're based in Maryland, how are you giving the residents the assured comfort that these people will be provided with the absolute care, but also caring for the community and the residents in the surrounding area? Because that's what your business should be doing, caring for the residents that you're around.
I think in our operations and the way that we have this program structured, that we'll be able to cover all those bases. It's just not me. We have a staff of licensed clinicians that will be providing the service. You know, I'll be overseeing some of the operation stuff at, you know, at a high level, but I'm not the clinical expert. We've got people that are certified with degrees that will be licensed by the state that will be working there. And they provide excellent care. It's really good.
Any further questions, Miss?
Yes, this is my last question. You said that the children that would be affected by drug use, but then you're saying that it's going to be 18-year-olds. So are we considering the 18-year-olds children? Because you said children that was affected by drug use. This will be some of your patients.
That was just a statement, but I think our parameters are people 18, you know, adults 18 through 20.
Okay, well, you have to be clear because we're dealing with communities on, and Lisa Parker would like to speak.
Okay, if you any further questions, Robinette could really get into the weeds with you because she's our clinical consultant and director.
Thank you. Councilperson Jenkins.
Yes, will the counselors and case managers be full-time? You said one clinical director and 4 counselors.
Yes, they'll be full-time.
Okay, so the people that were at the meeting that we had at the clubhouse, those people currently already have full-time jobs working in that field. So they're gonna leave their jobs and come to you guys?
I don't
No.
know.
They're part of they are part of the leadership team, but we will be hiring people full-time to be in those positions.
Okay, so were there any other UME churches sites considered for this particular program that you're doing, or you're reinstating it because you at one point in time had a license and then you had to leave, you lost your clinicians and workers because the church couldn't afford to do it without that. So were there any other UME churches considered for this particular site?
That would be a question for the bishop. But we've met with the board. You know, they have a number of these churches, and these services are needed all over. Like in Camden, there are other cities that are in need, and they need more than just prayer. They need services that can help them become, you know, productive citizens in society.
So the bishop was the one who I should have asked the question as to whether you considered other sites. You're the CEO. You didn't know whether y'all considered other sites?
Of this entity, the bishop oversees, you know, a broad range of churches. You know, I'm
Okay,
just
so so the young lady that was on earlier from the zoning board, she indicated that the reason why the D1 variance, there was a reason for you guys having to come back and make an application is because there was some confusion as to whether you were able to provide proof that the license had existed prior to. So was she misspeaking or am I misunderstanding? Why did you
I think it's and I don't want to speak for Ms. Juma, correct, but I can speak on behalf of the client, and they did have a license and they did have a state license, and we can submit that to the city as part of this application to support it after the hearing.
Well, counsel, maybe you can explain, and I'm kind of confused. When Ms. Juma said that the reason why she made you guys come before the
so
Board of Adjustment,
again,
why was that?
If I may.
Yes, please, sir.
Let's be clear to separate the license, which is issued by the state, from the use, which is issued by this board. What Ms. Juma said is that she could find no historical record that this use was approved. That could be because it was never approved. It could be because the historical record doesn't exist anymore because it's so old, and after such amount of time it could have been destroyed by the city. But they're here for the use, to have the zoning use approved.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I'm asking that question because the city of Newark has documents that lead back all the way from 300 years ago that they still have intact. I was just questioning as to why Ms. Juma was not provided the information, and that's why she recommended them to come here. All right, so the referrals for the agencies besides the church, who will be giving you guys the referrals, sir? Will it be like Essex County Drug Court? Will they be referring people because they have a drug program? I mean, drug court where they mandate you go to different facilities. So who else will be referring you besides churches?
So there'll be several agencies, I'm sure, that will find this as us being a provider that would consider referring there. I can't give you any specifics at this time because the program doesn't exist.
Okay, but you're anticipating the program existing. The reason I'm
Right.
asking is because if they refer you any violent criminals who have had drug issues, are you in the position where you can say to the County of Essex Drug Court, we're not going to accept that person because we can only take a certain kind of clientele?
I think it's all case by case. I mean, we don't know, what clients are going to be referred to us, so I can't make that call. But I can tell you this: that our goal initially, as I indicated with the list of churches, we're going to be focused on the faith-based community, and whatever that entails. As we get people in intake and we sit down and assess them, then we'll make the appropriate referral.
I'm
that's kind of
confused, sir. The reason why I'm asking that specifically is because you stated earlier that the people that are coming into the community will not be violent. They'll be calm and they'll be also asking you, are you able to say to anybody referring you, we can't take that person because of the clientele we have to deal with?
Well, you know what? I'll leave that question for Robin. That's not my expertise.
Okay, thank you. All right, and the other thing is, so if you're doing appointment only, you're saying that no more than 10 patients will be seen on the same day. If a person comes in crisis, the 11th person, and they say, I got to see somebody, will they be seen or will they be turned away?
Well, again, that's another clinical question, and we got just a person to answer it for you.
Great.
So,
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Screen name Karen Kennedy. Could you unmute yourself?
Good evening. How is everyone doing? Thank you for
Your name and address for the record. I think it's the first time you spoke.
It is Karen Kennedy, 6 Richmond Street. And again, thank you for holding this this open conversation. I have 3 questions. Number 1, sir, what is the legal name of the entity?
It's called Salvation Counseling Service.
Salvation and Counseling Service, and that is that a LLC? It is a 501c3?
Correct.
Is it LLC?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's incorporated in the state of New Jersey.
Correct.
Okay, great. Secondly, what is being paid for and by whom? In other words, a counselee comes in to is somehow referred to Trinity. They receive counseling. And at some point, they may or may not be referred to another entity. Is that fair so far?
You kind of broke up a little bit on the end. Could you repeat it?
So
All right.
let me say, and we are a board of limited jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction goes to the use of property. They are here. This applicant is here because they want to use the property for something that's not permitted in the area. How they get their funds, who they get grants from, is not really relevant to our proceedings. I understand why you may want that information, but we really have no authority to rest our decision on finances. If you were developing residential property or if they're taking in clients. We're limited to the land use issues. So I know you may find it frustrating, but I hope you understand that.
I don't find it frustrating. I do find it curious because the use of this particular piece of property or any property has something to do with how it is funded. So in terms of residents, it is very relevant as to how the function of this property and the use of this property is actually going to occur. So it actually is relevant to those of us who are residents, should be, but I understand you're saying it's not relevant to whether you approve it or not. But I do beg your understanding that it is important for those residents and to know how this is being funded in terms of the process. Now, let me ask a different question, which may hopefully, if the gentleman is so concerned about our community and the community that he was born and bred, but no longer lives in, perhaps he will understand this and answer the question. Can you please tell us what the process is from beginning to end of this referral?
Well, as I indicated, I'm going to bring Robinette on. That's our clinical director, and she can give you a lot more specifics, you know, in terms of how the referral cycle goes. That's not my expertise. And
Okay, Ms. Kennedy, any further questions for this witness?
That is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next screen name is iPhone 14 Plus. I do not, I can barely see you. Can you unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please?
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Donna Boyer, and I reside at 34 Marrow Street in Newark, in Society Hill.
Thank you, Ms.
My
Boyer.
question. You're welcome. Thank you for choosing me. I just have a question about the 10 patients that are supposedly to be there daily, and if you have 4 clinicians there daily, and it's only 10 patients, something is not adding up. You're working from 9 to 5, and there's only 10 patients, but you have 4 clinicians. It's just not adding up.
We can have.
Why would you have 4 clinicians there for only 10 patients daily if it's a 9 to 5?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have the next witness clarify. Obviously, it's not all at the same time, so.
Okay, Ms. Boyer, will you ask your question with the next witness?
I'm not okay. I'm saying he said that there are going to be 4 clinicians there, and there are only going to be 10 patients, 9 to 5.
Understood. Great question. Counsel's asking if you can hold that for the next witness.
Sure.
Do you have any further questions for this witness?
No, that's it.
Next questioner, screen name Tabatha. Can you turn on your video and unmute yourself? Screen name Tabatha. Can you turn on your video and unmute yourself? Okay. Next questioner, screen name MP. Can you turn on your video and unmute yourself? Screen name.
Yes. Can you hear me?
MP. Yes. Can you turn on
Yes.
your video?
No, I cannot right now.
Okay. Can you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Michelle Payne, 14 Ashby Lane.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Your question, please?
Thank you. I am concerned and have the question of how well, let me state it this way. One thing I want to correct that was said before that is incorrect is there is no direct entrance to the parking lot that is fenced in by the church directly from Warren Street. They have to come onto Society Hills property and then turn into their parking lot.
Okay.
So
do you have a question
that is
for this
incorrect.
witness?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, ma'am. Do you have a question for this witness?
Yes, I do, but I'd
What is-
like you to let me finish, please.
Well, please ask your question.
I'm going to ask the question, but I
I'm
needed
waiting.
to give that premise. So what I'm saying is anytime there is entrance into the church, except if they entered into the front door, they have to come on Society Hill property. So my question is, how are you going to control the potential loitering, selling of drugs, etc., of people who are coming into this program? Because your only statement, sir, was if we need security, we will take care of that. because there is nothing in the statement thus far that has answered how you are going to control that. So
Thank
how
you.
will that be controlled specifically?
Thank you, ma'am. If you can answer that, sir.
Well, as we indicated, it's by appointment only, so there would never be a case for loitering or crowds. And as we stated, not only do we have a fenced-in, self-contained parking lot, but on the other side, I don't know if you saw that, we have another entrance on the Warren Street side, which would keep them from coming on the Society Hill property.
But that is a walking entrance. That is not a driving entrance.
Thank you.
We can, Mr. Chair, we can show it through our architect or our planner.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll have pictures with the architect. Ms. Payne, any
Well-
other questions for this witness?
Well, you're not going to answer it, so I'll wait for the next witness. No problem.
Thank you. Next screen name, Dawn. Screen name, Dawn, could you unmute yourself? Oh, hi. You,
Thank you, Dawn
Ms. Manning.
Manning, right,
Yes.
A-B. So, my question for the director, and I'm sorry, this may actually be for the bishop. Are you aware of any other AME churches in Newark?
That would probably.
You can answer that, sir.
They are,
Not you, Bishop.
you
You're not
have
a witness right now.
the AME, which is the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Mr. The witness is
Correct, is Reverend Walters.
Walters. Yes. Can you answer that, Reverend Walters?
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, I can clarify my question. And I'm just trying to.
That's, no, I think your question was straightforward. Can you answer that question?
So we are Union Memorial American Episcopal Church. We're not traditional AME. If that, I think that was a point Bishop was going to clarify.
May I,
the question was, are you aware of any other AME churches in Newark? Is that correct, Mr. Manning?
Yes.
May I answer that?
Are you? No, you may not, sir.
Okay.
Are you aware of Mr. Walters or not?
Yeah, I'm aware of one or two, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions, Ms. Manning?
Yes, and are any of the other AME churches, are they of the same grouping as Union Memorial AME?
If you know, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Walters.
I would defer that to Bishop.
If you know, yes or no?
So the question is, are they? What's the delineation between a Union Memorial American versus UAME? I think they're both separate organizations.
No, my question was, are there any other Union Memorial AME churches in Newark?
If you know.
No.
Any further questions, Ms. Manning?
You already said that none of your congregants live here in Society Hill, and neither you or the bishop live here in Newark any longer. And so, am I clear in understanding that your anticipated volume is going to be about 10 appointments per day, right?
We've now determined that the next witness, as we get deeper and deeper into the weeds, is going to address that.
Reverend Walters, can you tell me, do you know how many congregants are in this church at the present time?
If you know.
I don't know.
If you know. Do you know?
I don't have any other questions.
I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Manning, you have no further questions,
No,
correct?
thank you.
Thank you. Next screen questioner is Ms. Glover. Ms. Glover, once again, just your name for the record, please.
Stephanie Glover, 45 Cornerstone.
Thank you.
I know I asked the bishop the same question. I'm still trying. It's still not clear. To me, it's basically clear as mud. Your referrals or whatever. What makes your church different than all the other churches that are in the city, make it East Orange, Irvington, whatever, that I need to come to your church to have this faith-based I guess, healing is what I'm gonna call it. And I will say, as far as your parking, yes, there is an entrance on Warren Street that is locked because I walk my dog by it every single day. That has not been used, and I guess I've been here, 18 years? As far as your fence is falling
Ms.
over.
Glover, Ms. Glover, again,
I'm just saying.
This is the time for questions.
I don't know. I'm just
You asked the
making.
question.
I
Let's
did
get
ask the
your
question.
question answered. Can you answer that question, sir?
Could you repeat
Chair,
it? Because it was kind of confusing.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think there was I'm going to say that it is difficult for my client to answer because it would require a knowledge base of what all other churches in the city of Newark are offering.
If he can't answer, he could tell us he can't answer.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Glover? Hold on. Ms. Glover, you have to unmute yourself. Do you have any other questions?
Like I said, I'm trying to figure out the whole faith base. I'm really, really confused about that.
Understood.
Because again, I'm trying to figure out what this particular program is going to do that none of the other churches around here that do give one-on-one counseling, they're going to provide that no other church can.
Right. If you're able to answer that question. So
I think going forward, we would be licensed, a licensed facility by the state. So we would have licensed clinicians working in the facility doing the counseling. And to do that, you would have to go through a whole process of licensing. And I don't think that that's the case in
Are you aware of any other churches that have licensed counselors that could provide this service?
Am I?
No.
I'm very much aware. I want to know if he's aware.
That's what I'm
I'm not familiar with.
You know what, folks, please, I asked at the beginning, don't use the pop-ups. They're disruptive. Please don't use the chat. I'm really trying to make sure everyone that comes out, I respect you. I respect the time. I want you to ask your questions. But you know, we have to do it in an orderly fashion, and we have to do it in a manner that's within the jurisdiction of this board, and that is respectful of everyone. So Pastor Paul, please, don't use the chat. You want to say something, raise your hand, and that's true with everyone else. And I'm sorry, I cut off your answer, Mr. Walters.
I think she was asking us something about the difference between our church and the many other churches that are in the city
that are providing this service.
Yeah, and I don't know of many or any at this point that have a licensed facility. You know, so I couldn't answer that question in honesty because I don't know the landscape of all the churches.
Okay. Ms. Glover, any further questions for this witness?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Next screen name, Jamila D. Could you turn on your camera and unmute yourself, please? Hi, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Jamila Duncan, 2 Seton Hall Drive, Newark, New Jersey. I'm not sure if this is a question for Mr. Walters, but I was listening and I just wanted to know, is the program a virtual program or it's actually an in-person to person program, like the counselors are on site, or is this on site and virtual or strictly virtual?
That's a great question. You know, I think with, you know, that would be more of a clinical question that Robinette would be able to articulate.
Okay, you can hold that question for the next, I think she's next. Any further questions for this witness, ma'am? Commissioner Monfort, do you have a question?
Yes, Chair. Outside of, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Outside of getting referrals from those organizations that have agreed to work with you guys, how would a community person who does not go to any of those masjids, any of those churches, be able to come in there and receive service?
I'll leave a portion of that. Robinette can get into the weeds with you on that one, but a part of our presentation is that not only are we open to the faith-based community, but we're open to, you know, the residents of the community. So if they walked in, I'm sure that they would get some type of assessment, but that's not my expertise. Robinette can get into the details with you. Sorry, I couldn't give you more.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness, Commissioner?
I have a question. Derek Lampley, can you hear me?
And
Not
Lisa
yet, Mr.
Parker.
Lampley. Hold
And
on,
Lisa
hold
Parker.
on, hold on. Commissioner Montford, do you have anything further?
I'm done, Chair.
Thank you. Next questioner, screen name Samsung, SMS9. Can you unmute yourself and turn on your camera, please? Samsung SMS9, can you unmute yourself? Last call for Samsung SMS9. The McCulloughs. Can you unmute yourself? Can you, is this a joint question? Do you each have a question? How are we going to do this? You have to unmute yourself. Well, while the McCulloughs are figuring that out, Samsung, SMS9. You've unmuted yourself. Can you give us your name and address?
Speaking to the
Catherine
McCulloughs.
Phillips,
What is
50
your name,
Vaughn
please?
Drive.
I'm sorry. Once again, your name and address?
Teffy Philip Cruz,
And your address?
50 Vaughn Drive.
Thank you. Your question for this witness, please.
I have a petition with 169
We don't take
signatures.
petitions, ma'am. We are prohibited by law from considering petitions. If
Okay,
anyone wants to
that was
speak
my
here,
question,
they
where
have
to send it. Thank
right.
you.
Can't send it any place. They got to appear here in person. Anything further, ma'am? I guess not. The
What
McCullough,
is the address of where I can bring it in person?
you cannot bring it. We cannot consider it. If anyone wants to address this matter, they have to appear here and put their statement on the record.
Okay.
If you want to say something, if you want to, now's the time for a question. Do you have a question?
No, all the questions were
Okay,
posed by other folks. Thank you.
you may want to make a statement later on. The McCulloughs.
Yes, we're here.
Yes, yes. I
Hi.
see. Patiently.
So we actually have individual questions. So Anitra and Jamal McCullough, 204 Matthews Drive.
Okay, why don't you go first, ma'am?
Okay, so my question is for Reverend Walker. I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because it seems from the answers or lack of answers to the questions, you seem to be very hands off with the program or with what's going on. So I just wanted to understand what your role is in all of this.
I'm an administrator, whether it refers to raising capital, whatever it needs to be done. I'm on the business side of it. And my other partners are part of the leadership team. And what we do is we hire, those clinical people. And some of them are in our church. I mean, they just have their master's degrees and they can come in and do the clinical therapy. But we're going to be overseeing the business. But it's going to be structured where you've got operations, you've got the clinical side of it, and the day-to-day operations of the business will be something that I'll do at a different level, and really to supply the business with the things that it needs. We've got to raise capital or whatever we have to do, grants or whatever we have to do to bring, qualified professional people to do the work. That'll be more of my side. So now we have, you've got different levels of management with expertise. So of course we would have our own accounting, our own attorney, and then we would have, people like Robinette, that's doctorate's degree, master's degree, that will be handling the clinical pieces of it.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Ma'am, any further questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. So as a follow-up to that, being that you handle the business side of it, and I'm saying this because I work in healthcare on the administrative side. So that's where my questions are coming from. So on the business side, if the future plans are to bring on these clinicians and going into the referrals and all that those other topics, do you all plan to enroll in insurance plans? And the reason for that is because as a community member, when I start looking at the traffic of who's coming onto the property, if your address is plastered on United Healthcare, Cigna, Aetna, all of those various websites, then that means that more traffic is going to be coming possibly and most likely above that 10 person per day capacity that you guys are referring to.
If you can answer.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, that's why we have it by appointment only, so that we can control, because there's only a certain capacity that each counselor can have as far as caseload. And
that number is pretty high, though. It is pretty high. I have clinicians that I deal with all across the country. So I know panel sizes and all that other stuff.
Well, you know, we're talking, was it 5 or 10? And those are by appointment only from 9 to 5. I don't see how that's going to create a big traffic jam.
Any further questions, ma'am?
Not from me. My husband has questions.
No, I will defer my questions to the next person.
Thank you. Next questioner, Miss Alston Singleton.
Miss Lisa Mitchelson Parker and Derek Lampley. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Derek Lampley.
Yes.
You're just state your name and ask your question, please, sir.
Sure. Derek Lampley, 2 Colgate Drive, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you. Your question, sir.
Okay, I have 3. The first question will be, what will stop people from coming to the appointments under the affluence? Do you have any standards or urine tests you must do in order for people to be, you know, not wanting to come based on the fact that they under the influence?
If you can answer.
So that's a great question, and would be a great question for Robinette when she gets on. She would.
Okay, so hold that question. What's your second question, sir?
Okay. Do you have and the other facilities that you're aware of, do you normally have a security or police guard or some type of security person or people at those other locations? I know you said as needed, but do you normally do it or do you just suggest it or?
Yeah, typically, this is our first facility. Typically not, you know, but you know, we're not opposed to, if that would make people feel better or whatever. You know, we're not opposed to providing security if needed. You know, I mean, we're talking about people that would coming that are already going through a process of recovery and are just coming in for maintenance. You know, they're not actively on drugs, or they're, you know, they've gone through detox. They've probably been in a program. If you're talking about that population. So they're going to just be coming just to stay on board and keep their job with New Jersey Transit, you know, just the maintenance. You know, you get people that drive buses that get caught drug driving, and their HR department refers them to programs like this, where they have to come for a certain amount of meetings. You know, so it can be a plethora of different people. It's not just people that were hardened drug users.
Right, I understand. Okay, so my last question. What agencies will you not accept? Because I understand that like DIFAS, which is now DCP&P, they also have youth that's 18 and older. Will you accept them? Because a lot of times, depending on the case, it could be mental and they act out. So that's kind of matching the security piece. So what will be the standards of these agencies? Are you saying yes to every agency that has a referral, or there will be some type of eligibility for these agencies?
If you can answer.
If you can answer.
Yeah, please refer that to Robinette.
Okay, we'll hold that.
Robinette, does she hear it or do they hear it?
Yeah, she'll be next.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Parker.
The agreement with the use of Society Hill's easement for your parking was solely for praise and worship, that under that umbrella. Do you have an agreement or from the board of Society Hill to access the easement with this program?
If you know.
Well, we did meet with the board, and we told them that we would be amenable to, you know, support them with respect to the easement. We had a discussion about it.
That wasn't my question. The question was, did you get approval for the use of the easement? Because the original agreement was for praise and worship and church activities, not a drug program, an IOP.
If you know, Mr. Walters.
I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Are you currently tax exempt as a church?
That's not relevant with respect to this use, to the application, Mr. Chairman.
It's not relevant, but all churches are tax exempt.
Correct.
Okay,
You have any
so
other
it
questions,
leads to
ma'am?
my next question,
Okay.
which is, with the expansion of your business model for this IOP, are you changing your status for profit?
This is, Mr. Walters testified he operates an LLC, not the church. So, that's.
I got you. The other question is, what assurances does the community have that after you operationalize 9 to 5, our safety and security for the people that you're attracting into our community, that they will not be coming back into our community? Because that was raised at our community meeting by many of the homeowners with small children, etc.
If you can answer, Mr. Walters.
I really don't know the answer to that one. I don't know the answer.
Any further questions, Ms. Parker?
Yes, I did have another question. Are you aware that there are 4 public schools in that area?
He's not a planner, so I mean.
If you know, Mr. Walters,
I don't know.
he doesn't know.
Okay.
Anything further, Ms. Parker?
No, I'll wait.
Thank you. Next screen name for questioner, Anthony Lewis. Can you turn your video on and unmute yourself? Screen name, Anthony Lewis. Hi, could you give us your name and address, sir?
Anthony Lewis, address is 85 Cottsdale Drive.
Thank you. Your question, sir?
I have a few questions. So Salvation Counseling Services is do they currently operate in New Jersey in other facilities?
No.
This will be the first one?
Yeah.
Lord.
Okay.
Now, as I just wanted to just reiterate, the bishop explained the history. We once had a program 2009 to 2011 that was licensed by the state that provides the same services that we're talking about providing. It was so well run, nobody in Society Hill even knew it existed. And this is what we're talking about now. This is nothing new. We're not creating any new environment. It was an IOP, and it was licensed by the state, and it ran there for 2 years. And there was never one indication, one issue ever. And this is what we're getting ready. All we're trying to do is reinstate that. And the result was a bunch of wonderful people came out of it. We took in consideration the needs of the community. We went out, I know the surveys don't mind, but we have 180 people, as we explained, about what this program was going to provide the community that signed petitions as well. So, we're not trying to jam anything. We're just trying to, our goal is to work with the community to make it better for our people. Too many people are dying. Too many people are suffering with mental health. And these are not criminals. These are people like my son. These are people, some of these college students will be coming over to this counseling service. This thing will be a vital resource for the community.
Any further questions, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, a couple. Probably, I don't know, Rutgers University, NJIT probably definitely has definitely robust counseling services. So I don't think the college kids would necessarily go to your facility if it's approved, because there's services already in the area for those students. If you're
questions, sir?
Okay. Just made a statement. I'm just responding. The other question I have is, you mentioned that there was going to be about 10 patients per day. In the event that the number increases, will the community be notified, and will you present it to the board that the operations have increased?
Mr. Lewis, let's save the number of patients for the next witness, who this witness had said will have a better idea about that. Is that okay?
If you can't answer, that's I'll wait.
Our clinical consultant is coming on. That will be a director, and she can really answer the questions and get into the details.
Right. Any further questions for this witness, Mr. Lewis?
I have more. So as mentioned before, that the agreement that the church facility and easement into Society Hill was based on the church's traditional activities, and this being non-traditional church activities, will there be modifications to the property to access the parking lot?
So I can speak to that we have to review the easement, but we do have a driveway that it has a curb cut. And you will see that. I believe Mr. McDonough will provide testimony and show photographs of that through his testimony. So we have someone later that'll show that if should it continue to be a problem.
Okay. So will the church have a placard advertising this program?
There's no
We haven't.
signage. There's not. I apologize. I'm interrupting only because there's no signage proposed on this site for this project. So there won't be any signage on the facade of the building. You have to include that, and we are not proposing any.
Council, would under the zoning ordinance, would you be permitted with signage here regarding this?
We would be permitted to install signage as long as it's consistent with the what it's the proposal, and we would have to submit that to the city itself for approval. So at present, nothing's being proposed, nothing was shown. And certainly they would contemplate it, but we don't have anything here now, and there's nothing that's designed. Obviously we would have to submit something to Ms. Juma's office and zoning and planning if there be any signage that's being proposed for that approval.
Mr. Lewis, further questions?
A few. So considering this, you mentioned that the robust program that you had was dormant for about 15 years. Has there been other churches that you've approached with this program that did not have impact to the community as this location does?
Did you go to other places, other churches?
No.
Is there a reason why?
Well, I'm a part of UAME. I'm a reverend. I'm ordained under this denomination, and we've got a board. We've got several churches, and we've got a board, and we planned. In addition to this being not new, again, we had a program like this one in 2009 to 2011, and as Bishop indicated, the only reason it stopped was that the clinical director relocated. And it was a lapse with some financial stuff to be able to get somebody with this to be able to pay a salary to get somebody to replace them. But the thing that you need to understand is that nothing ever stopped, even though the licensed counseling stopped. The services that Trinity provided are numerous, like for the community. So
anything further, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I do. So you mentioned that previously the program that when it elapsed, that the community wasn't necessarily aware of these activities in the church. Was the city notified? Did
so
you,
we will,
was
yeah,
did
we'll
the
be able
original
to.
program went through the proper channels to establish this type of services?
So
Yeah.
isn't that why we're here now?
Thank you.
That's why we're here now. Any further questions, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I still have more. So is the church receiving proceeds from this program?
We're not.
Again, that's not something that we can consider, Mr. Lewis.
Okay.
We could just consider the land use issue.
Okay. Will there, you mentioned that there is going to be by appointment only, one-on-one services. Is there a plan, or if there isn't a plan and it happens, if group counseling was to occur, will the community be notified and approval be requested?
I don't quite, Mr. Chair. I don't
There will, if the board approves this application, they will be permitted to conduct one-on-one counseling, family counseling, group counseling, Monday through Friday between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. They have agreed to have no inpatient offer no inpatient services of any kind, to issue no prescriptions or drugs dispensed on site.
So for me to clarify for myself, is that the 10 person per day is probably a low ball number?
And
And
that's what we're gonna talk about with the next witness if we get to
okay.
the witness.
And it will, is there in your experience in operations in other states, if that is the case, how large are the group counseling if they're conducted?
I'll
If you
defer to
know.
Rob. Yeah, I'll defer to Robinette. She'll be able to talk in
Okay.
specific about that. That's more clinical.
Next witness. Any further questions for this witness, Mr. Lee?
Couple more. In the services, the need to actually have it at this location, have you offered the services remotely as an option in general versus having a brick and mortar location?
Are you talking about telehealth?
That's
Is that what
it.
you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, telehealth. Again, that would be something that I don't have any experience or expertise in. I understand telehealth because I worked in the medical device industry for 30 years. I get it. But Robinette can answer that question more specifically
Any
for
further
this.
questions, Mr. Lewis?
Will there, so the types of mental illness that the patients might have, you mentioned that there might be substance abuse history. Will the patient, if the patients do have violent history, will it be turned away?
Again, not a question for me. Robinette would be able to give you some real clinical, realistic information regarding that.
Any further questions, Mr. Lewis?
I think that's it.
Thank you. Next questioner, screen name Tabitha.
Chairman,
Uh,
Commissioner Comesañas,
yes, Commissioner Gomez-Sanchez.
can we just encourage participants to maybe pull out a notepad or pen? We're getting a lot of the same questions, and to be blunt, just in the interest of time, to try to be as productive as possible here. If we can write the stuff down and write the questions down, and also maybe housekeeping, if there's a dollar amount associated with your question, it's not something the board can make a decision on. So those are just two housekeeping things that maybe can help progress us.
Thank you. And I do want to make sure everyone gets a full opportunity to have their questions asked. We have quite a way to go. I ask you to keep your questions to questions and keep them to a minimum, respective of not only the board's time, but your neighbors and the applicant's time. Screen name Tabitha. Can you turn on your video, unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening. I'm unable to share my video.
Okay.
My name is Tabitha Mitla, and I'm located at 57 Wycliffe Street.
Your question for this witness, please.
Sure. First question is, services are currently existing at the location. Is that correct?
These services are not currently existing. That's why they're here.
So can we please explain the difference between current services and the proposed services?
I apologize. I think Bishop provided an overview of what those services were, and we went through that. So the iteration of services, it's we can talk about the clinic. The next witness can talk about what the new services would look like and the details on that.
It's not clear to me. The bishop just stated in a response to the previous question, services never stopped. The bishop has also described services provided to various populations within the community. I'm trying to understand what is different from what's currently ongoing to what's proposed, if at all.
I do understand it's been, I think they wanted to note that they are giving services that may be similar to counseling. The services that they are here for are intensive outpatient services for drug treatment. Is that correct, counsel?
Correct. It is substance abuse counseling,
right.
Mental health counseling, correct.
Given by licensed staff,
Licensed by the
licensed
state.
by the state of New Jersey. That was given until 2009 and has not been since 2011 and has not been since. They are here to renew that use. Is that helpful?
Yes, that is. As a member of the public who does not work within this field, intensive outpatient drug services by licensed staff, is the difference the licensure of the staff that will be providing such services? My understanding is that members of the church community currently provide counseling to those individuals who need drug counseling. So is it the licensure that's different?
Yeah.
Okay. And are we noting that as the only significant difference between current operations and proposed operations is the licensure of the staff?
The bishop tried to explain that the church is just, it's got a wide range of community services that they provide. I mean, I'm just naming like Voices of Serenity. They have a recovery choir, detox and rehab referrals, clothing, furniture giveaways. I mean, they provide a lot of services to the community. Food banks, food giveaways. And that's more in the bishop's realm. But these are some of the things that he was talking about that they never stopped. You can have an AA meeting at your house. Have group therapy. I mean,
right. And I would not necessarily need to apply for this rezoning. So again, are we talking about the licensure?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Given that we're talking about the licensure as being the new part of the new proposal, the current services the church provides to individuals struggling with addiction and drug use, are those by appointment currently, or are they walk-in or any other means?
If you know.
And just to be clear, I don't believe they are offering the drug substance abuse one-on-one counseling. That's why we're here to get that for. That is that the bishop and Reverend Walters did not testify that they're doing one-on-one substance abuse counseling.
I mean, there'll be people, yeah.
They meet with both.
My understanding is that they're now giving spiritual advice.
Correct.
This is going to go way beyond spiritual advice. It's going to be licensed mental health and drug counseling. That's the difference. Is that correct, counsel?
Correct.
To some degree.
Anything further, screen name Tabitha?
Yes, please. The services currently provided, are they by appointment?
If you know. Do you know, sir?
No, I don't. No.
Does not. Anything
defer
further,
that.
madam?
Yes, please. Who would know? Because I understood that the witness speaking is the operations person. So who can speak to current operations and proposed operations?
Well, we're only concerned with what they are asking for a use variance for.
Yes.
This board, let me finish. This board is not concerned with how the church operates and when as a church. The church does what the church does. They're permitted to operate as a church. We're here to deal with this new requested use.
Chair, by calling it a new requested use, we must consider what's old to note what's new. So I'm asking for the status quo. So
the status quo is the church.
And the church provides one-on-one.
This board is not concerned with that. We're concerned with drug, with this request to give intensive outpatient services for drug abuse. Do you have questions regarding to that?
Of course, I have questions. If the church is partnering with the LLC Salvation Counseling, are you able?
Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Next question, ma'am.
Yes, next question. In that partnership, is there a profit sharing or revenue sharing? I'm not asking for a dollar amount. No. I'm asking for the nature of the relationship between the operators and the owners of the property.
We are not here and cannot consider by law. We are prohibited to consider financial arrangements. So That question is out of order. Do you have another question?
I do have another question. You are prohibited by law from responding to questions regarding financial arrangements.
That's good.
I have questions around whether this land use is revenue generating. That's not a financial arrangement. That's asking about the nature of the use of the land.
Ma'am,
which is
I'm not
different.
gonna, I'm not gonna allow that question. Do you have another question?
All right. Yes, I do. The bishop said, so there is a contract in place between these two partners. Are there reporting requirements that should be offered to the community as the operations and land use proceeds?
If you know, Mr. Walters.
I don't know.
Next
Does
question, ma'am.
council know?
Do you have another question, ma'am?
Yes, does council know whether there's a legal requirement to communicate progress regarding this land use variance with the public?
Council's not a witness, but if she wants to answer.
I'm not a witness, but there is no legal requirement.
Next question, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that at this time, there's no plan for signage to be placed on the land regarding this use. Is that correct?
Council said that.
Yeah, Mr. Walters is answering questions now.
Okay. So if Mr. Walters or any of the operators wanted to erect signage, would this board need to meet again?
Only if the signage was not permitted by the ordinance, the city's zoning ordinance. Then they would have to come and ask for a variance. If they were going to comply with the ordinance and the city approved it, they would not have to come before this board. You agree with that, council?
Correct.
Any further questions, ma'am?
Not at this time, thank you.
Questioner MP. Could you turn on your video and unmute yourself?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Just a point of clarification. If a speaker has already spoken, are we permitting them to come back?
I would ask folks to not come back a second time, but
Understood.
Okay, never mind.
just to give that some thought, to respect folks that haven't got a chance to ask questions. MP, do you have a question for this witness?
I do, but I was before, so I will wait.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Manning, do you have a question for this witness?
I do, and I'd like to ask just because it addresses the use, and we've been going
Please,
around things.
your question.
So my question is, did Reverend Walters said that no other partner churches were approached, correct? None of the other 7 or 8 churches were approached about using their church, correct?
No.
All right.
No,
and so to your knowledge, do you know whether any of those other locations, those other partner churches, are also within a community, a townhome, condominium association, such as Society Hill? Are you aware?
If you know.
I don't know.
Any other questions, Ms. Manning?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore, your question for this witness, sir?
Actually, I have a question for you, sir. Can you ask the witnesses when they speak to focus on the IOP as opposed to talking about the general counseling that's being offered there? That would A, expedite things, but also be more prevalent to what we're having the discussion about.
I appreciate that, and thank you for asking that. Anything further for this witness, sir?
No, I'm just asking for that to happen because the witnesses are focused on general counseling and very little about the IOP, and the variance is for the IOP.
I agree. That's a great point.
That's the reason I'm asking that, sir.
And I appreciate that, and I think we could all help if we made our questions specific to the IOP. Councilperson.
If they're not talking specifically to the IOP, then people are asking about what they're talking about. So I'm asking you to kind of rein them in and ask them to focus, sir.
I will try harder.
Thank you much.
Councilperson Jenkins? You're muted. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to, I'm waiting for the next thing. Go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't mean to raise my hand. Sorry.
There is a phone number, 201-30. Can you identify, can you identify yourself, please? Your name and address.
I think that's me, Derek Lampley, but I didn't have a
Yes.
question for this person.
Do you
Sorry
have a
about that.
question?
Not for this person, no.
Counsel?
Thank you. I have no additional questions for Mr. Reverend Walters. I'd like to give in.
Goodness. How many more witnesses do you have, counsel?
I have the clinician, Robinette Arthur, and then we have our architect who's just going to walk through the floor plan. That'll be very minimal, and then the planner himself, Mr. McDonough.
Why don't we get rid of the architect?
Sure.
Let's call the architect. Who's the architect?
Mr. Reginald.
Paget.
Where is he? Oh,
Paget. Ms. Paget, could you raise your right hand, sir?
I'm sorry, I don't see him on my screen.
Do you swear from the testimony about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you state your name, give us your address in relationship to this application, please?
I'm Reggie Paget. I'm the architect for this. I'm at 209 Concord Place, North Brunswick, New Jersey. I'm just the architect, the one that designed.
There's no escape, Mr. Paget.
I know.
Counsel.
I see.
Mr. Paget, can you provide the board the benefit of your educational background and the status of your license, please?
Yes, I graduated from Howard University. I have a bachelor's degree in architecture. I'm a licensed architect. I've been licensed since 2009.
Great. And you're
is your New Jersey license and good? Is your
my New Jersey license is in good standings? Yes.
Thank you. Even though you didn't go to NJIT or Rutgers, we'll accept you as an expert.
My son goes to NJIT.
Okay, there you go. Okay, good to know.
Good.
Counsel.
So I'm assuming we submit and we'll accepting Mr. Paget as an expert in the architecture.
Yes. Mr. Walters, you want to answer that?
Yeah.
Counsel?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Paget, you prepared the plans that were submitted as part of this application. Is that correct?
I did.
And if you can, through share screen, please bring up the site plan and the floor plans that you prepared as part of the submission of this application.
Sure.
Thank you. And I'd just like to note for the record that these plans were submitted. They haven't been revised, and therefore we're not going to mark them as an exhibit. They're simply referring to the ones as submitted in the package.
You want to click on slideshow? Okay. I'll just move closer. That's okay, Mr. Paget. You're gonna have to have your son be doing this. So
yeah.
I think
it's been a while since I've done. Oh, here we go.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so if you can walk us through the existing site, we're referring to sheet SP1, please.
Yeah, so existing site currently, this is Warren Street in the front. This is the front of the church that you're seeing on the left side of your screen. On the north side of your screen, the top side is Cornerstone Lane. Assuming that's how you access the existing parking area that is in the rear. That is the fenced-in area parking lot, and there are access from the front to the building. Inside the building, there's an access currently from Cornerstone, and then there's another access on this side as well.
Mr. Paget, can you just, for purposes of the discussion, your drawing also notes, and we've discussed it during the testimony thus far, that there is a curb cut, and I see on your plan a paved driveway that's identified off of Warren Street. Can you just highlight that, please?
Right here.
Yeah, and in your review of the property itself, that driveway, and based on your plans, provides access to the rear paved parking area that belongs to Trinity. Is that correct?
It does.
Okay, and there is a fence, but that is based on your plan, a double gated fence that can be opened. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so should Trinity be inclined, that gate can be opened and utilized as a driveway to access that paved parking area at the rear of the property?
Correct.
Okay, great. And so your plans also note that there is nothing that's proposed on the exterior of this building. Is that correct?
There is nothing proposed. That is correct.
Great. If you can just then walk us through the floor plans, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So on the bottom, I'll start from the top and work my way down. It's a 2-story structure. Obviously, it's all for the assembly use of the church. The sanctuary, the main sanctuary, is on the 2nd floor, but the area in question that we are working with is on the 1st floor, the ground floor, which has access from the ground level in here. So this is currently a fellowship hall that is being utilized. There's a kitchen, there's an existing office, there's an office here as well, and there are toilet rooms. So what we're proposing,
You can zoom please on that, on the new proposal.
I'll have to exit out of this view, but what we're proposing, what you can see now here, is there are 4 counseling stations. None of this is permanent partitions. These are just like your workstations. If you're in a typical office, it's just workstations with some temporary partitions. But I'll walk you through when you first come in. This is the main entry. You'll have a reception desk here. You'll have some waiting here as well. And then there's just an open floor. And then there's the counselors here. 1, 2, 3. And then there you have these back offices.
Counsel, you're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. I apologize for that. And Mr. Paget, the rest of those items, the rest of that layout is there, and there are no changes that are being proposed to that. Is that correct?
No changes. That is correct.
Thank you. I have no additional questions. Again, there's nothing that is being structurally altered with this on the exterior and the floor plan. The minimal changes and the differences were just presented by our architect here.
Thank you. Are there questions for the architect from the board? Questions for the architect from the board? Mr. Paget, these are as-built drawings, is that correct?
Well, these will be new. The as-built are what's there. The current existing plans is here.
Gotcha.
This is what's currently.
So the only new part are the partitions.
Right.
Okay. Questions for the architect from the board? Are there questions from the public for the architect? And these questions will be limited to his testimony. MP.
Yes. So my question is, will there only be access going forward through this paved driveway that you are referring to, so that anyone entering the church will not have to come on Society Hill grounds to access the church?
So Mr. Paget can't answer questions regarding how this program will operate, how they'll require participants to operate. He could just talk about his work as an architect. Do you have questions for him, his architectural drawings?
Well, apparently not, if he can't answer that.
Thank you.
So who can answer that? Who can answer that?
Not Mr. Paget.
I understand that, but who can answer that, sir?
Perhaps another witness. We'll have
Because
to.
quite honestly, for the interest of time, what's going on inside the church is irrelevant. So I would like to request that we move to people who can answer questions that affect our community.
After you're done, I will take the next person and then we'll move along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, your question for the architect.
Yes, I'm going to ask a very similar question, but a different way, since he testified that he wants to open up the gate off of Warren.
That's not what he testified.
Well,
he just testified as to what there is there.
Okay, what is there? And my If he recommends opening it, will he also recommend closing the cornerstone gate?
He is not recommending anything. He just told us what is there. But
Well,
let's keep our questions to the ISO. And he can't answer questions about that. Do you have questions about his drawings?
Mr. Chairman, please stop your sarcasm, please. That was a very simple question because in reality, he did actually say that they were going to talking about opening up that gate. So thank you very much.
Sorry that you think I'm being sarcastic. Mr. Paget, did you testify that you intended to open that gate?
I testified that the gate exists and can be used.
Any further questions regarding his architectural drawings, Mr. Moore?
Just that he testified the gate is there and that it can be used. And if it is used, would he recommend closing the other gate? That's a very simple question, sir.
If you can answer, Mr. Paget.
If you can answer,
That
thank
is
you.
not for me to answer. I cannot answer that.
Any further questions, Mr. Moore?
None that can be answered.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the architect? Council?
I have no questions for my architect. I do have the two additional witnesses. I have our clinician and as well as the planner. So I was planning to call the clinician and then end with Mr. McDonough, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Let's proceed.
Okay, Ms. Robinette Arthur.
Where is Miss Robinette Arthur? I don't see.
I think she's not in the, I think she's a participant, attendee.
Yes, she's being brought in at the
Okay, thank you. I think she's indicated she was disconnected or something.
They were promoted to panelists.
Yeah, I think.
What happened?
I think they might have lost connection as they were reconnecting for panelists.
Yeah, she said she got kicked out. She's logging back in.
She's there as an attendee again.
Mr. Chairman, will there be a section for us to have comment after these witnesses?
Who's speaking?
This is Michelle Payne. Will there be a section for us to have comment after these two
Yes, ma'am.
witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully we'll get to that tonight, but I'm not sure.
Is she back on?
It's a really quick question.
Is it Ms. Glover?
Yeah, just for the architect. Can I just ask him something
Sure.
really quick?
Has
Is
been
the
right.
space from the blueprint, is that the space where they do when they hand out food to the homeless? Is that the space that he showed? Or is that a different space?
If you know.
If you know. Because I've been inside where they've given out food and I'm
Paget?
trying to look at the space and I'm visualizing that space and I don't see that space being as big as what I saw. That's what I'm trying. Maybe there is another space inside that church that I haven't seen.
Mr. Paget, you're muted.
I'm just asking.
Mr. Paget, if you can answer.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure how the church operates. That's not a question for me.
Mr. Paget, can you tell us the dimensions of that area that the counseling will take place in?
It's approximately 45'6" by 38'1".
Thank you.
It's approximately about 1,681 square feet.
Thank you. Counsel, is your witness in?
I am looking.
Did we lose the witness?
I would defer to.
Yes, she's on the
She got kicked off.
Each
but she got back.
side, but she has to accept the
Yeah.
panel. I'm not sure if she's accepting that.
She said
While
she-
we wait, while
Her
we wait,
hand
Mr.
is
Chair,
raised.
a question?
Is she in or not?
I can't tell who's on. I did see her and then I did not, then it dropped. So let me,
Mr. Chairman,
Is that Miss Bell?
I tried to raise my hand before, so while we wait, can I ask Mr. Walters a quick question?
Mr. Who?
Reverend Walters.
His testimony's concluded, Miss Bell. We're not going to go back there.
Okay.
are we
Robinette is clicking on the link now.
yeah, I don't know if
We have to resend it so she could try to get back in.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, if you want to.
It seems like the
Oh,
issue
she's
is
here.
with promoting to panelists. I can allow them to talk, but they won't be able to have their video on.
Would that be acceptable to you, Mr. Chair? Since we do
If
have,
that's what we have to do to proceed.
thank you. Ms. Arthur?
So this doesn't seem to be working either.
Okay.
Can we go to the next witness and then come
Yeah,
back?
we
to
can,
the-
we can,
Well, you know what? Let me run the meeting, okay?
I was getting ready to say that.
Please.
I'm just asking a question.
We understand, and we understand that everybody may, on both sides, may have passion about this project, but we have to run this orderly, and he's the chair. So if everybody can just respect that, you're gonna have your day to have your say.
Let's ask Robinette to call in. Can we give her a phone number, Miss Mejia?
she's on again.
Last chance.
Is that they're using an older version of Zoom? That might be it.
Is there a way would you recommend she just call?
Let's give her the phone number. I'll give her 2 minutes and then we'll move to the next
Understood.
to the next witness. The board has a standing requirement, and the board members have made this very clear to me as the chair that they do not want to proceed beyond 10 o'clock. I cannot make them do that, and I will ask them if they want to, but it is wholly up to the board. There's the number. Please call that number now so that we can bring you in.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend you go ahead and have the council suspend and adjourn this and meet, because if Robinette was the main person, everybody waiting to ask questions, then we're gonna be here all night and it's not gonna be resolved, so.
Thank you for your recommendation, councilperson. Is she on?
I just saw her. I think she logged off to dial in. So
1 minute, and then we're gonna call,
understood.
then we're gonna put on, who is it, Mr. McDonough?
Yes.
Unless you wholly object to that, council.
I
The case.
no, I understand. I do think there are questions that warrant a response.
You need to suspend this. Jim.
What's the number?
Can we mute Mr. Walters, please? Thank you.
All right, let's call Mr. McDonough. Mr. McDonough, you
McDonough,
still
thank
here?
you. Yep.
Mr. McDonough, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name. Give us your address and relationship to this application, please.
Sure thing. My name is John McDonough. That's spelled McDonough.
My business address is 101 Gibraltar Drive, Parsippany, New Jersey, and I am the project planner.
Council?
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr.
It's okay.
McDonough, is your planning license in the state of New Jersey in full force and effect?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. McDonough is well known to this board. We're going to accept him as an expert in the field of planning. Council?
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, you've had the opportunity to review the plans, familiarize yourself with the area, and hear the testimony this evening. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've heard the testimony that was presented as well as the questions asked with respect to the proposed use variance that's before this board, correct?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the master plan as well as the ordinances of the city of Newark?
Yes, I am.
And if you can, please provide the board an overview with respect to your analysis on the justification for the D1 use variance for this use, please.
Sure thing. And Mr. Chairman, I think I can be relatively brief here. We're just looking at a D1 use variance. I think it's pretty clear cut that the nature of this land use is benevolent and serves public benefits. Really, the question before the board pertains to the negative criteria and the question that certainly the public has been asking, the why here question. I'm going to give the board some exhibits, which I hope will at least give some clarity in terms of answering the question. And this is going to be a packet of 5 exhibits, five slides for the board.
Has this been submitted, Mr. McDonough?
It has not, Mr. Chairman.
Let's mark this
It's our first exhibit.
A,
A1.
pages 1 to 5, and if you can identify each page.
Sure. The first page is just for orientation. We're going to show the subject property outlined in yellow, which, as you've heard, you just saw the details through our architectural testimony. It consists of a church and a parking lot. It's about 15,367 square feet. It's actually 3 lots. And of course, we've got the very large development of Society Hill townhouse development around the subject property. That, of course, is why we have so much public interest here, and achieving positive integration, again, goes towards the negative criteria. As with any variance application, the board has the power and the authority to impose reasonable restrictions or conditions that would limit the use and mitigate or minimize or completely eliminate impact on the adjacent land uses. We've also got NJIT, and I know the public was asking to reference I'll say the changing demographic or the demographic here with new construction in the area. You've got academic uses, you've certainly got youth in the area, you've got children, you have a number of, I'll say, sensitive population that we certainly have to be guarded against and protect from the impacts of this land use. That said, I think as we move forward and I get into the nuts and bolts of the use itself, we'll see that the degree of departure from the zone plan and what could go here is not a substantial departure. And I think that's a key consideration for the board as part of its use deliberations here. So that's sort of a broad view. Second page just gets you in a little closer just to show you again, we're dealing with 3 tax lots here in block 409, lot number 7, which is on the corner that houses the church that's been there for almost 100 years. Lot 40911 and 40912 has that parking that you just heard about. We've got the new academic facility, the dorm, and of course, all of those beautiful residences over at Society Hill. So that's the neighborhood we're working with. And again, we're looking at an operation that will essentially be internal here. You heard about the conditions, that there will be no inpatient services of any kind here. It's going to be limited to appointment only. It's going to be limited to, I believe, 10 clients was what I heard. There was going to be no dispensation of medicine here or administering of medicine as well. So I think, again, this is going to be limited to counseling, which is something that could certainly be subordinate to a religious use. So in terms of the actual activity here, while it may be a higher level of counseling, it is still counseling per se. And again, not distributing, not administering medicine, drugs, or narcotics at this location, I think is a very powerful restriction on the use that could mitigate that negative criteria. And again, we're dealing with some very positive criteria on the other side. We did go out there when this application was starting back in May. The foliage had come out. So I think this is a fair and accurate representation for the purposes of my presentation of what the property looks like in terms of its context. You've got the church on the corner. Again, basically what you see is what you get. I like the fact that we heard there's not going to be any additional signage here. Again, this is something that has a certain element of anonymity to it. So I don't necessarily want to broadcast that the use is here, and I thought that was good as part of one of the proposals here before the board. If signage ever does come into play, that's going to have its own separate vetting before the board as part of a separate application. You've got some trees along the parking lot there. Nothing has to change or come down as part of this application. And then just sort of a reverse view looking back to the southeast towards the downtown, the new dorm that's come into play. Again, the beautiful landscape and development that's been established around this site, and the parking lot that presently is there. And you just heard through architectural testimony how the site will flow and function and operate. I think the last thing, we can certainly come back to this, and I know it's probably small scale, but I put a little, like this I just added as part of, I heard some public comment about schools in the area, so I just did a little Google flag of the location. And I think if you see in red here, these little circles are what Google is telling us are other schools in the area. You've got the Nelson Mandela Elementary School up there in the upper left-hand corner. You've got some schools down in the lower right-hand corner as well. I know we have childcare centers in the area as well, but they are, again, protected by the nature and the limited aspect of this land use. Again, essentially internalized, minimal population coming here, and again, limited to counseling, not administering or distributing.
That's not true.
The last thing that I wanted to help the board with here, let's see if I can get this on the screen. So this is a definition in your ordinance, and I think Ms. Juma probably looked at this, Mr. Hazel as well, when you were going through the definitions of your ordinance. I don't see a definition of a substance abuse outpatient counseling center per se, which I would say this land use is more than a treatment facility per se. The definition of treatment is that it is licensed, subject to standards for substance abuse treatment facilities. It does say, interestingly, that this definition shall not include substance counseling or support groups that do not require a license and are ancillary or accessory to a community center or place of worship. My point is this: the house of worship is there under this sentence that I just showed you. Similar type of counseling support groups and services could and actually have occurred here. It's elevated now with the fact that we have a higher level of professional counseling at this location. And that's what the applicant is asking the board to move on. So again, whenever we look at a variance application, we always look at the degree of departure from what the zone plan says is allowed. This is an R4 zone district where houses of worship are permitted conditional uses, and this would be an accessory or a permitted accessory use if it didn't have the license. And again, if it was not a separate entity or affiliation. So those two things, in my mind, are what's triggering the relief that the applicant is seeking. And I think the board, as part of its consideration of this application, has to consider, with the imposition of those reasonable conditions, whether the degree of departure from what's happening here is substantially different than what could happen as an accessory use. So I think that's sort of the core question before the board. Just to sort of wrap up here, to tie it back to the statute, we always have to talk about the positive and the negative criteria. I think everybody knows the positives are strong here. We know we have a problem with mental health and addiction statewide, and obviously here in our core centers as well. So purposes of zoning that are advanced, just to tie a rope around this, purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with a service use that caters to those in need. Charity, ministry, serving the needy is a fundamental part of any religious practice. And you've heard this is fundamental to the religious mission of this church, even though it's not a direct part, it is a part of its mission. Purpose G, to promote the planning goal for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens. Again, this is essentially restating. I know we're looking at this, as Ms. Juma said, as clean, that this use, we can't necessarily rely upon the fact that it was there at one point, but I think we can certainly lean upon the fact that there was a historical association with a like use here at one time. Lastly, purpose M, the planning goal to promote efficient use of land with adaptive reuse of space that has accommodated this use and through the architectural testimony can accommodate the relatively modest scale of the development. So that said, I believe based on all the testimony, the site is particularly suitable for this limited use with the reasonable restrictions that the board can impose. It is easily accessible to the population that it'll serve. It will not interfere with the church use. Based on all of the testimony, I believe relief can be granted without any adverse impacts. And lastly, with respect to the zone plan and the ordinance, the Newark 360 master plan says as one of its core goals to support and care for its, quote, vulnerable population, including those with mental health illness and addiction. This application is right on point with that goal. Addiction and recovery per se. We know that faith-based counseling are customarily incidental to places of worship. It's very commonly found. Your ordinance recognizes that as well. And I will also say, to the extent that this supports a religious use, we know they are inherently beneficial by virtue of the fact they automatically serve the positive criteria. With that said, I think this application lands more on the positive side than the negative side. It's been a lot of discussion here, but from a physical planning standpoint, I think we've landed at a good point where relief can be granted in accordance with the statutory criteria. And that's the limited test before the board, whether it meets the statutory criteria from a use standpoint.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, just to be clear, you've indicated it's one of the goals with respect to the master plan. And there are multiple goals, including one, if you can just elaborate a little bit on the healthier and living to create neighborhood-based health clients. Is there anything that focuses specifically on neighborhood-based clinics or counseling or health services?
Yes, the master plan does like these neighborhood scale type uses, these smaller scale type uses as well, keeping it readily accessible to the population that it'll serve. And not overpowering a neighborhood. And I think that's the balance that the board has to consider here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have no questions for Mr. McDonough. I'm hopeful that we can bring in our next witness after the board. I would, submit Mr. McDonough for any questions.
Mr. McDonough, is it your position that this is an inherently beneficial use?
No, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Chairman. I probably should have held off on that altogether. That is certainly not my position. The point is, it is supporting the religious mission of a church. I think the board can give some deference to the fact that houses of worship hold a higher place from a land use standpoint. That's all.
Thank you. Questions for the planner from the board, Commissioner Hardesty.
You kind of took my question too, Chair, and I just want to piggyback on that, Mr. McDonough, because I respect you and as a planner, and I just want to piggyback on two things you said. Just because it's a limited use, you indicated that it's more protective for the children. I don't see that correlation. Could you expand on that?
I may need some help from our operator there, but you've heard about how the clients will come into the site and how the activities will all be within the facility. It's by appointment only. This is not a spontaneous walk-in off the street. the entity, the establishment can control the population that's coming, so it knows when people are coming. To me, that's a controlled environment. That's something that may not be realized under a accessory use, which could conceivably have the same exact population coming here. Again, with a, in my view, a lower level of care and service. You're now bringing professionals on board.
My other question is, I mean, I'm from the city, so generally how these programs work, don't they work with, we're referring the people to them, right? So it really wouldn't matter. I mean, we talked about the sign had the anonymity, but we all know where the centers are because we're referring the people to the center. So we don't really need to sign. Would you?
I got
agree?
you. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yes.
Okay.
I'll agree with it.
All right.
But they're
Thank
certainly
you.
not going to be broadcasting the outpatient facility on the church.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the planner from the board? Additional questions for Mr. McDonough from the board? Okay. Questions from the public for the planner? Miss Felicia Olson Singleton.
Oh, I raised my hand for Lisa because she can't raise her hand.
For who? Miss Parker?
Lisa Parker.
Miss Parker, I don't see you. Miss
I'm
Parker?
here.
Great. Could you state your name and ask your question for the planner?
Sure, Lisa Parker. Can the planner answer the question, when did we become differently zoned from a R3 low rise residential?
To the current R4, is that the question?
Yes.
I believe I'd actually have to go back and check that, Ms. Parker, but I believe the zoning just changed within the last year or so.
And are you aware that in that cluster of the beautiful homeowners that are there are almost 500 units in that vicinity, and you omitted Science High, Newark Tech, and all the other things when you described the area, that the church cannot guarantee that the persons that are being referred there.
Your question, ma'am.
Okay, the question is, you described the area and you described it as being safe because it's a entrance in. You can't guarantee that, can you? The safety, the public safety of everyone that lives and go to school in that area for the referrals that are made to the church.
He's a planner, Mr. Chair. I don't think he can.
I would agree that no witness can guarantee anything. Do you have any other questions?
Okay. That's it for now because
Thank
we
you.
need
Mr.
time
Moore.
for commentary.
Mr. Moore.
My question for Mr. McDonough is, he actually made a recommendation based upon, or my interpretation, that he made a recommendation based upon the statute. In the statute, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've done enough legal documents, the statute differentiates between substance abuse and substance abuse counseling and substance counseling. Do you view that as being the same, substance abuse and substance counseling, or are they two different things? Or is there a lawyer that can actually answer that question for us within the with regards to that statute?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about the municipal land use law? I'm not sure which statute.
The ordinance that you.
The ordinance statute that you put up on the screen.
Yeah, that ordinance said use the word abuse.
It used abuse, but when it came down to talking about the houses of worship, it said substance counseling. So there's a difference between the substance abuse counseling and substance counseling. And I'm asking, are you saying that they're synonymous in this case?
In my view, yes. I don't understand the distinction.
You don't understand. Somebody who drinks may not be abusing versus somebody who's going into an IOP. There's a slight difference there. However slight it may be, actually, I won't even say slight. It's actually a big difference between somebody who's going into an immersive program versus somebody who is seeking some counseling.
Mr. McDonough, could you put the ordinance back up, please?
The statute, not the ordinance.
That's.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I need to label this, if I need to label it as an exhibit, but it's the definition in your ordinance.
Okay, so this is from the city ordinance.
I just cut and paste, that's all I did.
So
I'm trying to figure out the actual use that we're talking about here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, any further questions regarding this?
I'm still waiting for an answer on that, actually.
I think you got the answer he gave.
I didn't get an answer. It was no.
Mr. McDonough, you have any further answers regarding Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, I'm sorry, I don't have any other further thing to answer. I don't see a substantial distinction between substance counseling in my view.
Okay, but you made a recommendation based upon that, and that's actually something that I think actually should go to the lawyers, not to a planner.
Any further questions for this witness, Mr. Moore?
Well, we're still discussing that one issue, sir. If you could actually, I mean, I see you have an agenda, but we won't go there right now. It actually says substance abuse, and then when it says to houses of worship, it says substance counseling, and there is a distinction there. So,
Do you have a question, Mr. Moore?
I've asked my question; it's not to be answered. And Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lewis.
Good evening. The question I have is considering there was a recommendation that there be a variance for this facility, but considering that there are other facilities nearby, there's the University Hospital, the St. Michael's facility that can treat these types of issues. Why is there a need for a variance at this location, considering nearby there's a University Hospital and their Behavioral Health Center and their St. Michael's facility on Central Avenue? So
I can answer that, Mr. Lewis. As a planner, I have to operate within a legal framework and the law that's been established. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I know how it guides us. There is case law that says availability of alternate sites is not a reason for denial of a use variance. We're supposed to look at the physical characteristics of the site and based on the testimony, whether it can accommodate this use. And as I sit here now, I believe it can based on the testimony.
Any further questions for this witness, Mr. Lewis?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Bell.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Mr. McDonough, when you look at University Heights, does University Heights have a charter? Does it have anything that you use as a, let's just say as a template when you decide on the planning that goes on within University Heights?
Come on.
You need to mute yourself, Mr. Walters. Reverend Walters, you need to mute yourself.
And Ms. Bell, I have to apologize. I lost the question. Could you give it to me again?
Good one. Very good one. Yeah, University Heights.
Yep.
Does it have, when you look at the plan for University Heights, let me just get to the real question.
Sure.
When you look at the plan for University Heights, how does this type of facility fit into that plan?
With the reasonable restrictions imposed upon the use, I think that this is a compatible land use, not substantially different than what could be realized there as an accessory use to the existing house of worship. It's not a substantial departure from what could go here.
So University Heights itself, all right, this is more of a comment. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I see no further raised hands. It is 10:13. Dawn. Screen name Dawn.
Yes, Mr. Planner, you said that.
Could you state your name and address for the record, ma'am?
Okay, Dawn Manning,
Yes, okay, Ms. Manning.
8 Ashby. Mr. Planner, you said that this that the planned use or the submitted request for use was not greatly different. But it seems like what we've been talking about is actually the opposite. Am I misunderstanding things? Because we've been talking about what it was used for yesterday, which is general counseling, and what it will be, which is the intensive outpatient. And so I'm confused now because we said we would limit discussions to intensive outpatient, and now you're saying it's not greatly different. So could you clarify your statement for me?
They are both types of counseling. As you've heard, there are going to be restrictions on what this counseling land use can offer to the clients and the people that come here. And again,
but they're greatly different, and you're saying that they're not.
I'm saying that, and ma'am, you can certainly say that as part of your public comments, but that's my position. They are not substantially different.
Thank you.
I see no other raised hands. The Councilperson Jenkins. You're muted.
I'm sorry, Mr. McDonough, just want to ask you a question. You said that there's the definition of the statute. So let me ask you a question. If the counseling that they're doing, if they were to not get approval from the board tonight, they would still be able to do counseling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but if they don't get the board approval tonight, will they still, because they need to go back to the state of New Jersey to renew a license. So they have to have this variance accepted before they can go and apply for that license again. Is that correct?
Honestly, Councilwoman, I'm not 100% sure if one has to pre-sequence
Which
the
comes
other.
first, whether it's the chicken or the egg, but.
Right. I know for childcare centers, I think it could be either or. I'm not sure about this type of service.
So I think I understand the confusion. Mr. McDonough, is it your testimony that if they were going to provide counseling, substance abuse counseling by unlicensed persons, they could do that? Is that correct? Is that your testimony?
In my view, as I read the ordinance, yes.
Right. And now they are before this board because they are requesting to give substance abuse counseling by licensed persons. Is that your testimony?
That is correct, and separate and apart from the actual church. It's a separate entity.
Okay. I hope that it's helpful. Ms. Juma. You're muted, Ms. Juma.
Good evening, everyone again. I want to quickly just put a few things on the record and answer a previous question. I don't want to belabor any points that were already made or open this up for interpretation, but there was a question about whether or not the zone changed in November 2023 when zoning was updated, and the answer is no, the zone has always been R4. My other point that I wanted to make was that I understand that Mr. McDonough shared a definition as an exhibit for treatment center. However, there is, I want to pull up the exact wording so that I have it correct. He pulled up the definition for substance abuse outpatient treatment center. On that same page, right beneath that definition is a definition for substance abuse treatment center. So I don't want to go into it, but if the public would like to see those two definitions, it kind of speaks to the difference between the abuse outpatient treatment center versus the treatment center. And then my last point that I want to make is that for this building type and use, McDonough mentioned that some counseling service would be permitted outright as an accessory use. I disagree. I want to go to the conditional use section of our zoning regulations that states, one, let me say that places of worship as a standalone use is conditional. And as a part of those conditions, the standards state that the permitted accessory uses, the outright permitted accessory uses are banquet halls, cafeteria, kitchen facilities, classrooms, libraries, youth services, and other similar uses. So nowhere in that section does it mention counseling, whether it's licensed or not. But again, I don't want to open up this discussion for interpretation because some may consider counseling as a similar use, but that's a discussion for another time. But just to be clear, neither of those uses are outright permitted, which goes back to why we're here in the first place as a D1 use variance. I hope that provided some clarity.
Yeah, and it just did open it up, but we would call that an A variance, and we're not going to get into that for sure. Are there any other questions for the planner? I see no further hands, so it is 10:20. Is your final witness available, Ms. Perez?
I believe she is, and she's on by phone. And she's
So to the board, the final witness is on. We have the final witness, and I'm sure many comments by the persons who've attended this meeting. It's 10:20. I have previously been warned and agreed not to proceed after 10 without the board's approval. So I would ask the board to, if they will agree to continue. We certainly have a, for lack of a better term, a final drop dead at midnight. Hopefully this will not go that long. It cannot go beyond that. But it cannot go any further unless this board approves it. So I would ask the board to vote whether they want to continue or to end the hearing now and find a new date. A yes vote would be to continue. A no vote would mean to adjourn the final witness and statements, closing statement by council, statements by the citizens to another day. And I would be reluctant to open up to any more witnesses than that. So let's call the roll. Yes vote, we'll continue. No, we'll adjourn to another day. Call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty.
You would call me first. You could come back to me. I got mixed emotions. I would love to finish, and if the comments would adhere to the minute rule, but I don't think that's
we will adhere to the rule.
Member Comesañez.
No.
Member Jones.
Are you muted, Member Jones?
Heard. No.
Member Cobian.
Yes.
Member Torres.
No.
Member Hardesty.
Go with a no.
Vice Chair Mumford.
I will be voting yes.
Chair Alfont.
Yes, the noes have it. Ms. Mejia, what's our calendar look like?
The next available date is October 24th.
How many cases do we have on October 24th?
0.
0?
Chair,
Commissioner, I think that was Comesañas.
because I was under the impression that meetings that were already called get moved to the next. Is that wrong?
Next
We
week.
called them so they get heard first at the next meeting, no?
That's certainly something we can consider. When is our next meeting, Ms. Mejia?
Next week,
How many cases do we have on?
we have 3.
I can't do next week, but
Then that's a problem. We
Then
need
that's
the
a problem.
same board here, right? What's the next meeting after the 5th? Are we meeting on the 12th?
Yes, we are, September 12th.
Chair?
Commissioner, it sounded like Vice Chair.
Yes, mindful that this application must come back before this board, so we need to be mindful that this is not moved to the secondary board. We have to keep that in mind with our dates.
We don't have a secondary board, a supplemental board meeting schedule. Isn't that correct, Ms. Mejia?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, I didn't schedule one, so I didn't make an agenda, so there.
Just making sure.
Yeah. What's on for the 12th, Ms. Mejia?
We have 3 items. 2 others which also relate to churches.
So Councilman Comesañas, I'm reluctant to put this on for the next meeting, which we certainly could, because I haven't looked at the agendas for those next meetings. I just want to make sure we don't start bumping matters off.
And we don't know what's on that agenda, do we?
Ms. Mejia has it. And Jerry, Jerry? Mr. Hazel?
Yes.
Do you have those agendas in front of you?
Yeah, I have the same thing that Sylvia has, but you do have on the September 5th, you do have another substance abuse facility
really?
scheduled already.
Okay, so the 5th is definitely not gonna work then. What about the next meeting on the 12th? Jerry?
Yeah, you have a telecommunication rooftop facility and a conversion of a building to a church.
Conversion of a building to a church?
To a church.
And that's it?
Yep. Well, that's what I have so far. Sylvia may have something more up to date.
Do you have something more on the 12th, Ms. Mejia?
Yes, there's 1 for conversion of building to a church. And then 1 is an occupation of the commercial space as a church. So 2 similar.
2 churches.
Am I delusional, Jerry, to think that those are fairly straightforward? Although you never know.
Probably, but at some point you're gonna have to just bite the bullet and schedule it. Something might get pushed to a subsequent meeting, but
Let's put this on then for September 12th.
Are these board members available?
Is everyone that is here, is anyone that is here, board members, are you unavailable on the 12th?
I'm unavailable on the 12th.
You are not available on the 12th.
Yes.
You're not available at any period on the 12th, Ms. Jones?
No, I'm not.
How many board members do we have right now, Ms. Mejia?
7.
7. Council? We only have at best 6 members. We might be able to have, there are 2 members who aren't here. We may be able to get them to listen to the
That's right. They can listen to it.
the recording, but let's assume the worst. Let's assume we can only have 6 members. Do you want to proceed on that date?
I believe we do want to proceed. Yes, we will proceed on the 12th.
Okay, let's put it down for the 12th. Again, let me be clear. The applicant has a right to have a full board. This full board would be 7. We know that Commissioner Jones can't be there. That would make us 6. We will try to get Ms. Mejia the recording immediately to board members who weren't here, so they can hear the recording, the transcript, with that if possible, so they can participate. If they cannot get that transcript and be brought up to speed, council has the right, on behalf of her applicant, to refuse to go forward. And she'll tell us at that time. So right now, can I have a motion to adjourn this for testimony by the what's her title?
Is the clinician. She will be the director, clinician at the site.
Right, testimony by the site clinician and final comments by the council, closing argument, and statements by the public, limited to 3 minutes each, strictly limited. And we'll start off with that. That'll be the first thing on the agenda, Ms. Mejia. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Comments?
Move it, Comesañas.
Move it, Comesañas. May I have a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes, this will be adjourned until September the 12th. No further notice will be required. Thank you, members of the public, for your participation. Thank you, council, for prosecuting this matter. Do we have resolutions to memorialize, council?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one resolution. It is ZBA 22-103, 780 Sanford Avenue.
Are there any proposed revisions or dissents? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Any further resolutions, council?
No, sir, that's all for tonight.
Are we
There's
doing
no
the
need for
resolution?
executive. I think we're up to May, June, and July, Sylvia?
Around.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to hear. We have minutes to memorialize, the minutes of July 25th. Are there any proposed revisions? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Member Hardesty,
Yes.
Member Comesañas,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Cobian,
Yes.
Member Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mumford,
Yes.
Chair Alphonse.
Yes. Council, any reason to convene into executive session?
No, Mr. Chair.
That concludes our agenda. Thank you for your attention. And I look forward to seeing everyone next week at 6 o'clock. Have a good night.
Good night.
Motion to
Good night.
adjourn.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Move it.
All in
Move it.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Aye.